Matters from privilege and recognition of guests, the Honourable Premier.
Well, good morning, Mr. Speaker. Welcome back to Friday here in the provincial legislature, and to all of my colleagues, welcome back. To those tuned in at home, thanks for joining us, and I hope you enjoy our important debate here today. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin my remarks by offering my congratulations to those who were recognized with Tourism Industry Association Awards from their AGM and conference yesterday in Charlottetown. Taipai, of course, the tourism industry has been facing some difficult days since the pandemic hit, Mr. Speaker, but the optimism and innovation within that sector has been impressive, and I was happy to see that Matthew Jelly was recognized as an industry champion, Mr. Speaker, and it's he certainly is that, Mr. Speaker, for the Cavendish regional area, Mr. Speaker, but tourism in general. He's a tremendous leader and spokesperson. He's an innovator, and he's resilient, Mr. Speaker, and that represents so many in that industry. My longtime friend and neighbor from the Kays Road, Patsy Gotel, was recognized for her tourism leadership, Mr. Speaker. Many years heading Island East and being an advocate and promoter of tourism in the eastern part of the province. I couldn't imagine anyone more worthy of that recognition than Patsy, and just thank her for her contributions over the years and will continue into the future. Don McDougall, Mr. Speaker, at Mill River was recognized with the Premier's Award for the tremendous job that he has done taking a property in decline and turning it into one of the best, Mr. Speaker, in the Atlantic region. So that's a tremendous story. Congratulations to Don and the staff at Mill River. And I was also happy to see Ryan Neal, Mr. Speaker, who was recognized for his exemplary service. Ryan has been one of our leaders working with CPHO. He's the one who helped set up the testing components at the points of entry. He has been just a tireless advocate, Mr. Speaker, throughout this COVID. I've said many times he is one of the champions of COVID, and I was really glad to see the industry recognize Ryan. So to that industry, I say, better days are ahead, and I look forward to them. Probably not as much as those in the industry do. But I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the response to the $2 rural transit has been really exceptional. I was talking to a couple of people from my hometown who are using the service, Mr. Speaker, and it's an affordable service. It's changing attitudes of how we use fossil fuels, Mr. Speaker, and we also have a number of requests from people who work in government looking to have a more flexible schedule to meet the bus, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to see that the Public Service Commission is working on just that. So a really good initiative. I look forward to expanding into the future. Also, finally, Mr. Speaker, we'll be away here next week for a planning week, but Remembrance Day will fall on Thursday of next week. I know everybody in here will be out in their respective communities paying tribute to those who so richly deserve to be remembered and thanked. In my own family, Mr. Speaker, I had 3 uncles who saw active duty. My uncle Lloyd was part of the Royal Winnipeg Rifle Battalion, Mr. Speaker, which was in the first wave of D-Day. My uncle John Jack King was with the North Nova Scotia Highlanders. He was in the second wave of D-Day, Mr. Speaker. And my uncle Charlie McConnell was part of the Royal Hamilton Light Infantry, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to say to all 3 of those individuals has left us now, but we'll be wearing our poppy and thinking of them and so many others when we gather on November 11th, and I encourage all Islanders to never forget the sacrifice made for us so we can enjoy the spirited debate and other things that we'll share here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and picking up as I often do on the Premier's remarks, I too am looking forward to attending services and events both this weekend on Remembrance Sunday in a couple of churches, and then on Thursday, of course, for Remembrance Day itself. And yes, let's not forget that those who gave the ultimate sacrifice allow us to live with the freedoms that we enjoy today. And on that note, the King's Playhouse in Georgetown is presenting Greetings, an Army Musician's Message Home. And this is something that the Georgetown Playhouse has really championed over the years, these creative, innovative ways of recognizing Remembrance Day. And this original piece is written by the artist in residence, Marlene Handrahan, and it's the second of this series in the Playhouse, Georgetown Playhouse. They call it their legacy projects, preserving the personal stories of veterans from the area through story, song, and theatre. And it features the PEI Regimental Band, and it's a true story of a soldier, George Bradbury, a musician who was interred in a POW camp during World War II. So that show is on Saturday and Sunday afternoon, in the King's Playhouse in Georgetown. There's a beautiful story on the front page of The Guardian today. Food for Thought is the title of the story, and it's about Devin Walters. Now, Devin is an extraordinary gentleman here on Prince Edward Island who, when he found out that the PEI Community Fridge, that lovely project which was started by the Sunil family and a group in the community, found out that the fridge was empty, and he took $100 of his own money and restocked the fridge with whatever he could buy, saying, what better way to bring a smile to my face than to be helping somebody? And Walters has had his struggles with mental health and addictions issues in the past. He's now been almost a decade sober. But he talked about how he himself had been hungry, and even though he's now doing well, he says, I give everything that I can. I'm not rich financially, but I'm rich with gratitude and rich in many other ways. If this is another easy, low-cost way to brighten somebody else's day and help feed a family, I'm all for that. Just an example in our community of people who are there to help each other, and I'm very grateful to Devin for what he has done and how brave and courageous he's been with his own struggles, and now how he's turned that into helping other people. And I think that's it's very emblematic of how we look after each other here on this island, something that's very precious and that we should never forget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too, like the Premier and the Leader of the Opposition, would like to just make mention of the very important day that's coming up, the Day of Remembrance, on November 11th. And it's a day that we remember of people that didn't come back, the ones that did, and sacrifice they made so we can be here and speak freely and do the things we enjoy in the world today. Also, I'd like to congratulate the Tourism Award recipients, and I'd also like to wish a couple of special people in my life a happy birthday that had birthdays this week. My second son, Nick Gallant, and my grandson, Bryson Gallant. And we had a couple of good birthday parties, and I want to wish them both a very happy birthday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to rise here today. Want to say hello to all the great people out in District 26, Albert and Bloomfield. Mr. Speaker, the Premier, the leaders of the Opposition and Third Party mentioned about Remembrance Day coming up next week, and I'm sure that all of us will be attending ceremonies in our district. Like the Premier, had three uncles who served. My Uncle James Hudson and Uncle Vernon Hudson both served in the Army, and my namesake Ernest Bell Hudson served as tail gunner in a Wellington bomber, Mr. Speaker. So, we certainly remember all of those that served and ones who made the ultimate sacrifice as well. Mr. Speaker, I too would like to congratulate Don McDougall, who received the Premier's Award at the Tourism Industry Association conference. Don has done a great job up at Mill River. Certainly it's a destination that ones that maybe haven't been there, but I've talked to after the first time they have been up to the resort, make the comments of what just a fantastic place it is to stay in the western part of the province. And again, the great job that Don has done. And the team that he has around him as well, I'd like to mention, Mr. Speaker, including Joffrey Irving, Louise Arsenault, and Blair Duggan. Blair, who's also an Alberton Town Councillor. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to state my thanks to the Western Hospital Ladies Auxiliary. The Ladies Auxiliary, they operate the Bargain Nook in Alberton, and all proceeds from sales at the Nook go back to the hospital for acquisition, purchasing of equipment. Now, they have their Christmas sale coming up this weekend, Mr. Speaker, at the Elmsdale Community Centre. Runs today from 9:30 until 7 this evening, and tomorrow from 8 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. Certainly would encourage all to attend. Be great to see my colleagues from up west, the MLA from O'Leary Inverness and MLA from Tignish Palmer Road there. And who knows, the MLA from Tignish Palmer Road might be able to find a great Christmas present for Mr. Murphy. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Brighton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to all those from Brighton watching online. I also read The Guardian this morning, and my leader of the opposition took the words out of my mouth, but he didn't mention the other people, the many other people that are behind the community fridge, originally conceived by Sandra Sunil, and she and her family and John Pritchard and his family are both running professional kitchens and prepare in the kitchens hundreds of meals a week that they stock the fridge with. And as noted in the paper, despite all the efforts, by come supper time, you check around 7 o'clock and the fridge is totally empty, just with breadcrumbs left. So that fridge obviously fills a tremendous need to feed those who don't have enough food. So thanks to Sandra and John, who both live in my district, and all those, a whole army of volunteers and businesses and people like Devin Walters who support and maintain the fridge. Looking outside PEI, I see that Quebec has met resistance in Maine trying to export hydropower through that state. That doesn't really sound like a PEI concern, but it is, because hydropower is the perfect match to wind and solar power that we all know. If there's no sun or wind, we don't have it. And hydro is the perfect green match to that, because it can be turned on and off. And Ontario hydropower should be available to all of Canada. It isn't right now. We're working on an Atlantic loop, and hopefully we'll hook up to that power because we need it here, so we'll have all the green electricity we need, not only now, but into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford and the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise on this Friday morning. Hi to everybody from Mermaid Stratford, and I hope you enjoy the proceedings today. Mr. Speaker, I'll be in Georgetown for Remembrance Day attending the service at the King's Playhouse. I was there last year, and it was just a beautiful, sunny day, a wonderful service, and I really look forward to going back there, and I appreciate the invite. And I would also say, last night I had the opportunity to stop at Birchwood Intermediate High School, and I took in a little bit of the Birchwood Cobras basketball tryouts for their girls' teams. And I do have to say, there's quite a bit of talent there, and I look forward to the upcoming basketball season to see Birchwood give everybody else a run for their money. So I look forward to seeing who makes the team, and I know that they find out tonight. So good luck to everybody, and I know you're putting your heart and soul into it. They start again for another couple hours tonight to try out, and then they'll find out. So that'll be an exciting weekend. And Mr. Speaker, on another note, earlier this week we had called a motion to discuss pelvic floor health here in the legislature. And I have to say it's been humbling to receive the number of correspondences that I've gotten from islanders across this province. I received a message from a woman this morning thanking me. She's 77 years old, and she shared with me that when she was younger, their mothers never talked about it, and their grandparents never, or their grandmothers never talked about it, and they were just told that it's just something that you deal with because it comes from age. And so I really am grateful for the messages that have been sent by so many. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I hope everybody has a great day today and a great weekend, and thank you very much.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my favourite things about this time of year is that after we have the solemn and important commemoration of Remembrance Day, is that then we can officially move into holiday market time. And Mr. Speaker, we can really feel like perhaps things are beginning to return to normal because there are going to be holiday markets this year, craft markets that you can attend in person, and I am so excited for those. I know that the Indigenous Artist Market is returning this year. It'll be at the Confederation Centre on November 27th, and the Etsy Team PEI Holiday Market will be at the Murphy Community Centre November 20th and 21st, and that's an opportunity for artisans who have worked all year at creating these incredible handcrafted products to be able to connect directly with the public, and it's an opportunity for people to shop local and keep their dollars here directly with artisans, putting that money into the community, avoiding all those challenges that come with supply chains and things that we really don't need when you can actually support on a local basis. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, when I speak about Remembrance Day, is it's amazing how when you begin to dig a little bit into history, you find connections that you never expected. You know that I was born and raised in England until I was 8, and I actually grew up in a small village called Biggin Hill. And Biggin Hill features very large in the history of World War II because it was one of the main Air Force bases for the Battle of Britain. In fact, it was for both the longest day and the final push with both Fighter Command. I think the 11th Fighter Command flew out of Biggin Hill. And in fact, the school that I went to had air raid shelters built underneath it because the Biggin Hill was bombed so often that the school was often a target. But the connection, Mr. Speaker, is that we know that there were RAF training facilities here in PEI during the Second World War. There were 8 schools for both the Canadian Air Forces and the Royal Air Forces, and some of those people that were trained here went to Biggin Hill. And so who knew when I was a little girl in primary school looking at the air raid shelters and all of the things that were left over from that war long ago, that there would be a connection that comes back. So when I go to the Remembrance Day ceremonies, Mr. Speaker, I'm able to remember not just the people who served from PEI and who trained and served here, but the people that I didn't know at the time who had given their lives to fight for the freedoms that we enjoy today. And Mr. Speaker, it's going to be a real honor next week to participate in those Remembrance Day ceremonies. Thank you.
Did I forget anybody or miss anybody? No? Well, honourable members, not very often I get up my feet, but when I get a chance, I'll take it. And I want to, first of all, say hello to everyone back home in District 1, Surrey, Elmira. And honourable members, as most of you know, I spent 39 years in the fire service, and 18 of that was as a fire chief. And my first introduction into the House here was back, I believe it was 2008 or 2009. Olive Crane was leader then, and she had a motion on the floor for volunteer firefighters tax supplementary. So what Dave Rossiter did at the time, the fire marshal, he brought some firefighters into the gallery. And of course I was sitting up the gallery, first time ever in the House, first time. Didn't know what the House was, didn't know what it looked like. And right then, he hooked me. I've never looked back since. So I got to thank Dave Rossiter for my political career, for that. But also, members, after 39 years, you learn a lot in the fire service. And when the minister stood up yesterday in the House and made that announcement, it really touched my heart. Because when he announced for the fire school, back in the early 80s, I took my level 1 and my level 2 firefighting up in Summerside. And what we had back then, it was good. It was good for the day. It was just a steel round tank, and we had a concrete box outside for training. So and for the work that was done at the fire school here in Prince Edward Island is bar none. Like we got one of the top-notch fire schools in Canada, and I want to thank Miles Bootler for that. Miles Bootler and I became real good friends over the fire school. And also his announcement, and this is something that I've been advocating for, and I've worked with the member from Morell-Donagh on this. We are neighboring communities, districts, and I want to thank the member from Morell-Donagh for bringing it to the table for me. As speakers, we can't participate in debate, or I can't sit at the table, so the member from Morell-Donagh, he brought it to the table for me. And when the minister made the announcement yesterday, it touched me again. So I want to thank the member from Morell-Donagh. My first 3 minutes of conversation with the member from Morell-Donagh, he was sold. He was on board. And I've been caught in that situation myself where I had members assist Island EMS in transfers of patients. And you got to understand that these members, like, they're leaving work. It could be 3 hours, could be 4 hours. And I want to thank the businesses, because the business allows this to happen. I've never seen a business yet that didn't allow a firefighter to go with an Island EMS and be transferred. And then somebody's got to go pick that member up and take them back home. So, you're looking at 3, 4 hours, could be 5 hours, depends on the wait at the emergency room. So I want to thank the minister for at least supplying transportation. It doesn't have to be a taxi. If another member picks a member up, he can submit his bill in. And another thing I've worked on, and the details ain't out yet, but I worked on this with different levels of government and the Minister of Fisheries and Communities. And this is, when I became chief, I had a 10-year plan. I did have a plan. And in my plan was a new fire hall, but we could never get the funds together. You're talking millions, 2 million for a new fire hall. So both levels of government, they're assisting communities with fire halls now. The details ain't out there yet, but I want to thank the minister. We've worked closely on this and the federal side of it. So that first day that Dave Rosser took me into the gallery to see how the operation works here, and I want to give back the same as I seen Olive Crane did for the firefighters with the tax supplementary. And firefighting is so passionate to me. I spent so many years at it. I retired for different reasons, but I'll always work for the volunteer firefighting on Prince Edward Island. I can't say enough about them. It's hard to stand up here and speak for 5 minutes on our volunteer firefighters in Prince Edward Island. It takes days to talk about the volunteer firefighters and what they do here in Prince Edward Island. And I know exactly what they're going through every minute, every hour of the day. So because I walked in their shoes, I walked in their boots, I wore their helmets, I know exactly what they're going through, and for that, I'll work for them every day. Thank you, members. Member statement. The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The children and youth of this province are falling through the cracks when it comes to mental health, and it is shameful as we understand how crucial early intervention and prevention is to lifelong health and success. We can be so incredibly thankful for the work and support of our school counselors and student well-being teams. I'm not sure how they do it when each counselor has, in most cases, hundreds of students on their caseload. We have more children and youth in our island schools than ever before, and the mental health of our students has suffered a serious blow over the last year and a half. We said we prioritized mental health due to COVID-19. Reality tells a different story. We mandated a course for counselors, but gave them no extra time in their day to complete it. This is not prioritizing the mental health of our students, nor is it supporting our school counselors. There is one walk-in clinic for the whole province that will serve children under 16. The PEI Rape and Sexual Assault Centre are only resourced to provide services for those 16 years and over. We have lost Catholic Family Services Bureau, which is one of the only places to offer the benefits of a sliding scale cost for music therapy. And there have been no services to replace this. I had an Islander reach out to me back in the early spring. Her son is struggling with his mental health, and she was terrified for his life. I did all the things we do as MLAs for Islanders. In the end, she was told he was on a list and that things would get better when he turned 18. This young Islander and his whole family suffered until he turned 18. A week and a half later, he had an appointment with a psychiatrist, quote, because he's now 18, end quote. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and this government would really benefit from understanding this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I spoke earlier in the session about my friend Dennis Mckenzie. Dennis is a veteran from the Afghanistan War, where he served for almost a decade with the 2nd Battalion of the Royal Canadian Regiment. And he's also a musician. He recently recorded his debut album called Guardian Angel Platoon in memory of the friends that he lost during the campaign in Afghanistan, and also in memory of those that he lost to suicide since their return home from the war. Dennis himself has been very open about his struggles with PTSD and the invisible scars that he carries with him as a result of his active duty. The wounds and losses of war are sometimes starkly clear, but just as often they are silent and they are hidden. Veterans of war can be both young women and men near the beginning of life's journey, and weathered seniors carrying painful memories of their youths that were interrupted by war, perhaps in Europe or Korea or the Middle East. I grew up in Scotland surrounded by memories of wars past and of my family's involvement over many generations, including both of my parents. I married a Newfoundlander, and we lived in that lovely province for many years, where I learned that the raw emotions and losses of war are every bit as deep and widespread and present in Canada as they are in the UK. One privilege I have every year is to be asked to play the last post at a number of remembrance ceremonies. And I will be doing that again over this coming weekend and on November the 11th itself. And when I play the last post, I'm moved every single time that I do it by the emotions it evokes in me. Despite the fact that it's actually not a difficult piece to play technically, I often find myself at the end having difficulty breathing. I find it deeply tender and affecting, and quite literally breathtaking. And it is right that we are moved deeply on this day. It is right that it is difficult. There are many in our community here on Prince Edward Island who have been touched personally by war, perhaps lost family members or friends, or continue to carry their own personal scars. I think especially of those islanders over the days ahead, and I hope for peace, both within ourselves and in our world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
End of member statements. Questions by members, starting with response to questions taken as notice. No? For our first question, I'll call on the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Alternative Land Use Services, or ALICE program, has been operating on Prince Edward Island since 2008. It's a great program, and it's one that provides benefits to our land and our environment, but also to farmers who are compensated. They're paid for, amongst other things, taking land out of production and in so doing mitigating potential impacts such as soil erosion and siltation of our waterways. A question to the Minister of Agriculture and Land. How much has the ALICE fund increased since its inception 13 years ago?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Land.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member across is right. The ALICE program is a great program for our farmers and for our land use, Mr. Speaker. Everything he said, where it helps preserve our soil, it helps the farmer mitigate any risk that they might have on soil erosion, Mr. Speaker, and it's a win for everyone. I don't have that exact number in front of me right now, Mr. Speaker, but I'll definitely bring that back.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. So back in 2008, when the program came into being, $750,000 was set aside for the fund. In the last fiscal year, for which we have records, $745,000 was expended through the program. So after 13 years and all of the increases in cost of living and CPI over that time, we're actually spending less now than what was budgeted back in 2008. The program has been up for review on a number of occasions, and every time that happens, the consistent message is that the fund needs to increase. A question to the Minister of Agriculture and Land. Why has your department not increased funding for this critical and popular program?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Land.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And right now we're in reviewing the ALICE program because we're going to modernize the ALICE program. It's been 5 years since it's been tweaked at all, Mr. Speaker, and right now we're in the middle of modernizing it so it takes us to the next generation, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to increase the funding on that, Mr. Speaker, because I feel it's one of the most important programs that we can use for farmers and the environment to work to commingle, Mr. Speaker, and I hope with the new the CAP talks that we have, this will be a part of the modernization. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
That makes my heart sing. I'm really pleased to hear that the Minister is wanting to increase the funding for this program. And we all know how much the value of land has increased over the last little while, and yet the program still pays farmers an average of about $75 an acre annually through the program for the various services. There are 6 different services, and that's whether they're delaying the first hay cut to allow birds like bobolink to successfully nest, or whether they're erecting fencing or increasing buffer zones or taking high slope out of production. About $75 an acre. To the same Minister, Island farmers have embraced this program and they've made significant improvements to our land and their land through it. How do you expect them to continue to participate if the rates don't increase to reflect current financial realities?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Land.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's part of our review to look at these rates. These rates were set 5 years ago, and the land value, as the member across has said, has gone up substantially. Input costs have gone up extensively, Mr. Speaker, so we have to always have that, and it has to be competitive, Mr. Speaker. And when we look at the ALICE program, no one's ever been refused the funding for it, Mr. Speaker, but there's situations that in the review I want to look at. Of course, this work has to be done in the summer months by contractors, Mr. Speaker, and we know the last number of years contractors have been busy to do this isn't important work. So it is important to the farmer, but the contractors, they have bigger issues. So maybe it's something that government has to look at with maybe the Department of Transportation, looking maybe they can do the work for the ALICE program so we can get it done more timely and more efficiently, and I think everyone will benefit from that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Yeah, I agree, Minister. I think everybody does indeed benefit when we bring forward programs like this. As we discussed yesterday in this House, the agricultural sector has a fantastic opportunity to be a significant contributor to our efforts to reach net zero by 2040. Many other jurisdictions are rewarding farmers, paying farmers for ecosystem services, which is essentially what ALICE does, by paying them to capture carbon. With tight margins in most years for many, many farmers, my party is committed to bringing forward programs that benefit and pay both farmers and the environment. To the same Minister, will you commit to an immediate and substantial increase to the ALICE program to pay island farmers for capturing carbon, and in so doing improve our environment as I called for in the motion yesterday?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Land.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And As the member across talks about capturing carbon, Mr. Speaker, I believe farmers on this island will be farming carbon, Mr. Speaker. We'll be burying that in the ground, and they'll be well compensated for that. And that's the way forward, the path forward, and that's the way we want to go. When I talk about what we're doing now, people don't realize we have 10,000 acres of grassland on this, the community pastures in this land. There's so much ecosystem here that we're not even talking about yet, Mr. Speaker. I think we can't underestimate what the farmers are already doing, and we got to support them all the way to net zero, Mr. Speaker. And not this government, and I will be supporting that 100%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've spent far more time in this House than we should have trying to get answers on the mobile mental health units that this government fumbled over and over. That is until they handed them over to an overworked, low-paying private company. Question to the Minister of Health and Wellness. Have you clarified with your Premier that Medavie Blue Cross and Medavie Health Services are actually two different organizations, and that Medavie Health Services is, in fact, a private, for-profit company?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for the question. The member references to mobile response units, and yes, you know, whether it's Medavie, whether it's Island EMS, the partners that we have involved in delivering these programs, Mr. Speaker, and the opposition continuously seems to want to get down the road of privatization, Mr. Speaker. But we look at our other partners, and we've had motions here that I fully supported, that our government fully supported, with regard to increasing the scope of practice of pharmacists, Mr. Speaker. Pharmacists are private companies. They operate privately. But we engage with them, and they are our partners, the same as Island EMS, the same as Medavie, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess we could just really clear it up, because all not-for-profit organizations are required to do audited financials. So the minister could just table the last 5 years, and that would clear everything up. So, Mr. Speaker, the mobile unit is a noble support, but they are only the beginning, literally the beginning of a crisis. These units need a place to take islanders when they are in crisis and in need of mental health supports. Question to the minister: how many Unit 9 beds are currently operational and accepting mental health patients?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As far as the exact number, I will have to bring that back. Thank you.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that would be great if you could bring that information back to us. In the minister's briefing book from February of this year, it states that only 6 beds at the QEH Unit 9 were operational because of staff shortages, and some beds were still being used for ALC patients. PCH was down 8 beds from 14. So question to the minister: the need for mental health treatment on PEI hasn't decreased. Where are islanders in need of treatment supposed to go?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that our government has put in place that is in coordination with the mobile response units is the single point of access, Mr. Speaker. There are numerous programs under mental health and addictions for islanders of all age groups, Mr. Speaker. Now, I think one of the things that I've seen since becoming minister is, yes, there's great programs there. The information isn't out there with regard to them. We do have to do a better job in conveying that information, and one of the ways that we do it is through that single point of access number, Mr. Speaker. We have trained social workers, trained nurses, that when those calls come in, that they can discuss with the individual on the other end of the line what programs are available, refer them, and see if follow-up is made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mermaid Stratford.
Mr. Speaker, and I believe the minister is speaking of a phone line, but I'm asking where paramedics are actually supposed to take people. This government has made some mental health and addictions announcements this past year. The Mental Health Research Center, for example. Question to the minister: what frontline, on-the-ground treatment is this research center providing islanders, or are they just kicking out advocates who don't agree with their beliefs?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I'll be honest, Mr. Speaker, I do not completely understand the premise of the last part of that question and would ask the honourable member to provide a little bit of clarification on that, please.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, perhaps the minister could provide clarity on what, in fact, a health research center is, because that's a mental health research center is. That's part of the problem. We don't know what it is, Minister. There was also a newly announced mental well-being center. A letter from the PEI chapter of the Canadian Mental Health Association to the department states that, and I quote, "It will complicate rather than clarify mental health services." Question to the minister: how many patients in need of psychiatric help will this center care for?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, this troubling line of questioning continues, and I don't understand why the opposition wants to attack the people who provide this service on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker, in the best interest of Islanders. What the Centre of Wellbeing, Mr. Speaker, is, again, is bringing together all of the partners, all of the NGOs, all of the individual groups across Prince Edward Island who provide mental health and addiction services, Mr. Speaker, to help them be a little bit more efficient, Mr. Speaker, to help them identify what gaps there might be in the delivery, what overlaps there might be, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know who wrote that letter, but I can't imagine, Mr. Speaker, how bringing together all the partners and helping them deliver service better would complicate things, Mr. Speaker. I think what complicates things, Mr. Speaker, is people getting up here making false statements, Mr. Speaker, about private companies or public companies or NGOs, Mr. Speaker, and not wanting to work with the partners across the board, which we need to work because we know we have a staffing shortage across the board and we need all hands on deck. Everyone in that field knows that, Mr. Speaker. The only people who don't seem to understand that is the opposition, Mr. Speaker.
Fearmongers over there, fearmongers.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that's terrible is the line of announcements that have empty substance behind them. All of these approaches are noble and good ideas. But like the medical school, the medical homes, and many other services that this government has proposed and announced, they all come with one thing in common. They are long-term strategies that will take years, if not decades, for them to be for their benefits to be realized. Question to the minister: what do you say to Islanders who need help now, today, tonight, and this weekend?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, if you're talking about the mobile mental health units, Mr. Speaker, I would say they've been in operation for 2 weeks now while the opposition has stood there and talked disparagingly about it and tried to fear and scare everybody about it. They've been in operation for 2 weeks. We've responded to 218 calls. There have been 107 follow-up calls. There have been 35 responses on site, Mr. Speaker. So I'd say if you're in need of that service, you should call 1-833-553-6983, Mr. Speaker, because this government cares about you and we're trying to work for you, Mr. Speaker. And I would also say, in response to the question and the question asked yesterday by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, did he think these questions were partisan, Mr. Speaker, or did he think they were political? Well, I would say here's my answer, Mr. Speaker. According to the opposition, the doctors, health, PEI are doing a great job, the nurses are doing a great job, the paramedics are doing a great job. The only two people who aren't doing a good job is the Minister and the Premier, Mr. Speaker. So is it political? Absolutely it's political, Mr. Speaker, and it's terrible.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speculation in the housing market is a major problem. It's one of the primary reasons that homes and rentals are becoming increasingly unaffordable for Islanders. Last fall, this Green Caucus asked this government whether it was considering a vacancy tax to help curb the unproductive ownership of housing. The Minister of Finance said at that time the department was working on it. Question to the Minister of Finance. You've had a year to work on it. What progress has your department made towards implementing a vacancy tax?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable member. I did say to the federal finance minister when they announced the last budget that I thought that they were taking our playbook, because part of that announcement was a vacancy tax. And we are presently working with our federal counterparts to ensure that we are in line with them with whatever vacancy tax is implemented across the country and on Prince Edward Island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
The federal speculation tax has no timeline for being implemented, and a tax on foreign speculators totally ignores domestic speculative activities. Just like our COVID recovery, we are once again expecting the feds to do our heavy lifting. A question to the Minister of Finance. Why are you so hesitant to tackle local housing speculation that is hurting islanders?
Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honourable member. It's just not something that you administer without looking at all the pros and cons, and some of the questions we are looking at are defining what a vacant home is, defining what exemptions are available, determining what value the tax is to be applied, defining the areas covered by the tax. So, honourable member, we are working in the department for this. We want to ensure that it does align with the federal program. We do not want to implement a program that we're going to have to change in the very near future, and I will be discussing this issue with the federal finance minister in a very short time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
I think, like most islanders, I'm feeling a bit like I'm stuck in a bad version of Groundhog Day, Mr. Speaker, because that's what I heard last year. So let's try a different minister, Mr. Speaker. Last year we asked about inclusionary zoning, and the Minister of Fisheries and Communities said regulatory changes were required to allow inclusionary zoning. Question to the Premier. What work has that department undertaken to make these changes in the last year?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I have to admit I'm sorry I didn't get the full scope of the question. I thought it was going to be directed to somewhere else, and I was reading something I'd written on the paper, so if you could ask it again, I would try to answer that.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown Belvedere.
I would also like to direct it somewhere else, Mr. Speaker, and unfortunately I can't do that. So you know what, I'm going to take a pass on that one. I have a different question for the Premier. Housing costs have been one of the biggest drivers of inflation and increases to the cost of living. And these ministers, your ministers, are doing nothing to address it. The reality is stark. There were 3 tents in Joe Giz Park this morning when I drove to work, Mr. Speaker. 3 tents. And I had to drive by and wonder, what can I do when I'm on my way to work? What am I going to do? And I can't do anything. I can't do anything, Mr. Speaker, except raise it here in this House. This crisis is real, and it's clearly not a priority for this government. Question for the Premier. The investments this government has made in housing are not enough, and they are not a priority. Your own ministers admit it and warn about getting too involved. How can any government, much less one that says it's about people, choose non-intervention when the people it represents are living in tents?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly would feel similar to what the Honourable Member would feel in seeing that. I think there are shelter lines and things that we have, Mr. Speaker, and I think we would need to follow up on that as quickly as possible, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the suggestion that it's not a priority, Mr. Speaker, it is a high top priority for us. We have made record spends in housing, Mr. Speaker. We are playing significant catch-up, but we also need to be a little bit more flexible in how we work our government programs to make sure we can get the best and most immediate response to that, whether that's working with co-ops or NGOs, et cetera. Mr. Speaker, we need to expand that type of investment, and we're committed to doing that, but I think it would be incorrect to suggest that it's not a priority for us, Mr. Speaker. It's one of the top priorities that we deal with in here, and she's exactly right. I would agree 100%. It's not enough, and it needs to be more, and we're committed to doing more and working with everyone who wants to work with us to make sure we can deliver more, Mr. Speaker.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Mr. Speaker, we've all heard by now about the salt saga in Summerside, where there were plans to store a winter's worth of road salt at the Summerside waterfront. There were many questions from residents, business owners, and fishers about potential environmental impacts for the area. And naturally, one would expect a thorough environmental impact assessment to have been completed before even considering moving forward with this type of project. Yet, my written question to the Minister asking for this assessment has gone unanswered, so I will ask it today. Question to the Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action. Was an environmental assessment completed for the storage of road salt at the Summerside waterfront? And if so, will you please table it?
Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't believe that the storing salt in the waterfront required an environmental permit. I've asked my staff about it. There's no documentation that I can provide you. I can get you other information if you care to hear about it, but it didn't. The storage of salt in the watershed did not kick off the need for an environmental assessment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find that quite surprising, as I'm sure that all of the fishers and business owners and residents in the area who raised their voices and prevented that from happening are also surprised to hear that that didn't require an environmental assessment. Now, of course, the salt has to go somewhere, and we know now that somewhere is in Slemon Park. There are 256 homes, student residences, and several businesses that all access water in Slemon Park. And the salt is being stored on an area of land beside the PEI government garage on Cannon Drive. Understandably, I'm hearing from residents who are concerned, and I'd like to put their mind at ease. I hope that there was an assessment done in this case. Question to the Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action. What measures are being taken to protect groundwater contamination in Slemon Park from this road salt? And will you please table the environmental impact assessment report that led you to approve this project?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on the first issue, the honourable member says that she thinks it wasn't safe to store salt at the edge of a saltwater bay. Like, I don't understand that mentality, but it's salt. So salt would have dissipated in the salt water. There was absolutely no need to kick off an environmental assessment about it. And the fact that you don't understand it is fine, but I don't make the decisions in that capacity. We have policy in our department that's made by scientists. They are the ones who invoke it. They are the ones who apply it every single day. And quite frankly, to think that I'm in the middle of trying to decide where salt goes is ludicrous. As far as the current site, it sounds like a NIMBY issue. You don't want it there. Would you want to take it to my district? Because I know Georgetown Port wanted it all to come in there because they want to be the beneficiary of the shipping. The truck drivers want to be the trucks that got to haul it around. So you guys don't like roads. I understand that. You've said it over and over again. You don't like pavement. So I assume you don't like salt on them either, because you don't understand that rural islanders have to get to Charlottetown or have to get to Summerside or have to get to main centers to see doctors or to go to the hospital or any number of things, that school buses have to be safe on the roads. But I can tell you one thing. If there's a policy in my department that applies to salt, it was followed to the letter of the law by the professionals in my department. And if there is something, which I doubt there is, you're welcome to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Last month, government announced a new medical school at UPEI in partnership with Memorial University. There was much excitement around this, and government sold it as a fix to the island healthcare challenges. In the weeks since, we've heard about many other investments that will need to be made ahead of the launch of the school. One concern was the lack of doctors supervising students during their important clinical rotations. We already received twice the number of requests annually than can be accommodated on Prince Edward Island. Question to the Minister. Considering our doctors are already being overworked, how do you plan on adding new educational responsibilities to their heavy workload?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you know, we heard from the opposition the fear-mongering that was coming from them. Now we hear it from the third party, a great initiative with the start of a faculty of medicine at UPEI, and all that they can do is cast doubt on it. We've got professionals, we have great people, day in, day out, that work in the healthcare system, and will be providing and working and planning to get this in place the way that it needs to be in place, the way that it should have been done 10 years ago, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Wade doesn't want it.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Wade McLaughlin doesn't want it. He brought you to the party.
Members got the floor.
Settle down over there. These are important questions.
With important answers and important...
Ministers got the floor, or members got the floor?
Another question that was raised by Dr. Laura Corner was residency seats, and if we have enough to handle at the school. Currently, PEI has 5 residency seats, meaning that 75% of the 20 people graduating in the class will need to go to another province. Location of residency plays a large role in where physicians ultimately decide to live and practice, and if we're sending students away for residency, we may never get them back. Question to the Minister of Health. How many new residency seats will be available when the medical school launches, and how do you plan on achieving this increase?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that's a better question in my opinion. You look at one of the reasons that we are building the school, that we're working in partnership with UPEI. And the president of UPEI stated explicitly that all students in the first year of entry into the new medical school are going to be Island students, Mr. Speaker, right here from PEI. And that in and of itself, Mr. Speaker, speaks volumes of the importance of having Islanders, having residents here in the province as we move forward. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
West Royalty, your second supplementary.
One of the things, and the minister just mentioned, is timelines. We have the school open in just 22 months, despite the amount of work yet to be done. Many timelines of this government seem to line up with the next election, putting their political calendars, which we've talked a little bit about today, over Islanders. Even when the school is up and running, we still see the need to address lack of clinical and residency spaces to ensure we actually retain those we train. That needs to be the goal. Question to the Minister of Health: do you truly believe that a 2-year timeline for launch is realistic? And will this be another case of shovels in the ground the day after election type promise?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll be honest, I'm disappointed with this question. What the member is putting forward is that our partner, UPEI, is not going to be able to deliver. That's what the member is putting forward.
Minister's got the floor.
We have a great partner with UPEI. UPEI has a great partner with Memorial. We are going to be maintaining the seats that we do have at Dalhousie and Memorial, in addition, Mr. Speaker, to the 20 seats that are going to be created here. And we will get it done. We will work with our partners, the great partners, and I am disappointed with the member indicating that UPEI, our great secondary institution here in the island, cannot deliver. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ignace Palmer Road.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let's continue on with the theme of disappointment. Mr. Speaker, the government has invested a lot of political capital in medical homes and neighbourhoods, and the Liberal caucus has asked many, many questions on the medical home concept because we never get a straight answer. So people are starting to pay attention to this concept, so government better deliver. Mr. Speaker, in my community, uncertainty remains, and for good reason. Part of the fear in my area is about what services may be pulled from an existing provider and what services simply may be cut. Can the minister assure me that there will be no reduction in the service that is currently being provided to the Tignish Health Centre?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Absolutely will confirm that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Ignace Palmer Road.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remain concerned that services may be relocated or cut as we get closer to the launch of these medical homes. Is the minister removing any services that are provided at the Western Hospital?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, again, we hear from the third party this fear-mongering. I don't know where it's coming from. No. Western Hospital is...
Okay. Minister has the floor.
Western Hospital is the center of the delivery of services in West Prince, but also works in collaboration with the Tignish Medical Centre as well, Mr. Speaker. The initiatives that we have put in place, right across the province, but certainly in West Prince, an example of that is the announcement of the Community Health Centre, Mr. Speaker, and it really does disappoint me that my colleague Doug, known for so long, continuously puts forward this fear-mongering, planting doubt that should never be planted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Ignace Palmer Road, your second supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is not a joke. This is questions that are put to me by people in my district and District 25 and 26 also, Mr. Speaker. This is a very, very important question. And this minister did not respond. He avoided the question that I asked about shutting or closing any services that are provided presently at Western Hospital. Mr. Speaker, the Minister led the committee that tried to shut the Western Hospital down almost 20 years ago. Is this his second attempt to close Western Hospital?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, I know that he did table the report. I really, Mr. Speaker, I'd have to ask, I didn't hear the question then, I'll be honest. There will be no deletion, dropping of services at Western Hospital. We have put in place initiatives, things like electronic medical records, so that our frontline staff, our doctors, our nurse practitioners can work in greater collaboration, work together. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, who is it about? It is about providing the best service that we can provide to people in West Prince and to people right across this province. Thank you.
I thought you didn't hear the question. The Honourable Minister O'Leary Inverness.
Minister O'Leary Inverness again, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. It's almost 1 year ago on the eve of Christmas that the government authorized PEI's participation in an online casino with the Atlantic Lottery Corporation. When word began to spread of this plan, our caucus raised some serious questions about the timing, particularly during the pandemic. Maybe no accident that emails on January 30th this year show a scramble to organize the urgent confidential board meeting shortly after the first article of this topic was published in the media. Question Minister of Finance. What was the reason for this urgent confidential board meeting held on February 1st, 2021?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Member, I'm not quite sure what meeting you're referring to, but I'll be happy to get the notes from my department and get back to you.
O'Leary Inverness.
Well, now that's interesting, Mr. Speaker, but this email was circulated by private email account, Mr. Speaker, to various officials involved, including your deputy and the current, well, maybe the Premier's deputy, and the clerk of the Executive Council, Mr. Speaker. There were clear instructions in the email, which I will table later. Don't tell anyone inside or outside the company about the meeting. Don't reach out to the sender in advance of the meeting. Not a communication plan of an open and transparent government, Mr. Speaker. Question to the Minister of Finance. Why were such strict instructions to ensure that ALC's February 1st meeting be so confidential?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Honourable Member, I have no idea what email you're talking about, but I can assure the Honourable Member we have said we would not implement any online casino-style games until there is actually the strategy done around gambling. I will commit to that again today. We are working on that strategy as we speak, and this is not some e-gaming scheme as the former government had. This is Atlantic Lottery Corporation. Atlantic Lottery Corporation. It's owned by the 4 provinces, and Honourable Member, all of the revenues from Atlantic Lottery, as you well know, comes back into the provinces. But we will, I can assure the member, I'm not sure what the email's about. We'll find out. But I can assure the member there's no hiding behind any issue regarding online gambling. We are working with the consultant for the strategy, and when the strategy is complete, the honourable member can review it, and we'll discuss at that time any further events. Thank you.
O'Leary Inverness, your second supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I'll also table the email a little later on, so we'll know, so the minister will be a little more enlightened. Documents certainly showed that the ALC viewed the pandemic as an opportunity to gain more revenue for Islanders, something we have seen play out in New Brunswick. The secrecy around this meeting only drives suspicion, Mr. Speaker, and the minister has the power to offer this transparency. Question to the Minister of Finance. Will you commit to informing the legislature of the subject of this urgent confidential board meeting?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what the honourable member is referring to. He thinks there's some kind of conspiracy. That is what the previous government did, honourable member. It's not what this government does. We've been open and transparent. We've been open and transparent. It went to Executive Council to notify not only the council but the public that we were looking at what we could do with ALC. We're continuing to explore that. When we have our gambling strategy in place, honourable member, we will discuss it then. So you can table the email. I would love to know who it's from. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown Winslow.
When you ask those questions when you're rolling around, all the guys trying to hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some disagreement this morning in the House, but I do think that all members in the House will agree with the excitement surrounding the 2023 Canada Winter Games, which are fast approaching. We did receive some updates yesterday. Now, one of the great things about hosting the Games is the legacy infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, that we all enjoy when the Games do come to a conclusion. Question to the Minister of Tourism. What are some of the planned infrastructure projects that will form the long-term legacy of the Canada Winter Games?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. So obviously we've worked closely with the Canada Games and the board and all the volunteers over the last few years on getting ready and prepared. A lot of the infrastructure is done through transportation. One thing through our department is upgrades to Mark-Ren's ski park. There's a significant amount of work being done there now as we speak to try and get ready for the Games. I know a lot of, like I say, a lot of the stuff would be through transportation. The city of Summerside has got a great project. It's one thing about the Canada Games, it's great for the rural areas, the rural communities. It's spreading tourism island-wide, and everybody's going to be excited for 2023 once it arrives.
Charlottetown Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, Minister, you talked about the excitement and the huge event and anticipated, I heard yesterday on the radio, $100 million injected into the local economy, which is amazing news, and I'm sure it's welcomed by all the operators. Now, this summer we did notice labor shortages and sometimes reduced hours at restaurants. We also had reduced capacity at hotels as such. A question to the same minister, will the industry be able to absorb this anticipated surge and, you know, what some people are calling the biggest event to come to PEI ever?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another good question, Honourable Member. So obviously labor shortage, not only here in Prince Edward Island, but countrywide. We've really seen it during COVID and what has taken place. One thing I can say, we're being proactive. We're meeting with all industry, every industry that has needs right now. We're working through our skills funding and different programming with NGOs and nonprofits to help us to get to this point, which we're making strides. At the end of the day, it is a challenge. I had a conversation yesterday on exactly this, and when you're talking to some of the businesses across PEI, it's definitely a huge challenge, but we're going to work through it, and we're going to make sure we can put as much resources to try and help mitigate this problem and be ready for Canada Games in 2023.
Charlottetown Winslow, your second supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you're having those conversations now because this summer here on the island we also noticed a shortage of rental vehicles, in some cases even affecting some people's decisions to come visit PEI. Now I know that this does have a lot to do with the global supply challenges, but a question to the Minister. Now, this could be an issue for the Canada Games specifically, but also coming sooner, it could be an issue for the tourism season. How is your department and the industry working together to prepare for this?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the rental cars was something that nobody would have seen coming. One thing that happened when people booked vacations, the first thing they do is they book their flights. Secondly, they book their accommodations. And a lot of visitors don't book their rental cars until the last. And we found as it was getting closer to vacation time that the rental cars weren't there. And a lot of people that didn't book that flew in and to their surprise couldn't get a rental car. So one thing we want to do, and we're in the process right now, we formed a working group. And if they haven't met yet, it's in the very near future. But it's going to involve all the taxi cabs, the rental cars, the ride sharing, buses, rural transit, everyone that can help provide with this, because at the end of the day, it is going to be a challenge. There's a shortage of rental cars, not only on Prince Edward Island, but all across the country. So we're being proactive so we can be ready for next summer and 2023 as well.
Charlottetown Belvedere, final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The very first motion I tabled in this House when I was elected called for support for Islanders with ostomies, who at that time received no financial support for medical supply costs. The PEI Ostomy Supplies Programme was established a year later, providing up to $2,400 a year in financial support for consumable supplies. This is in no way full coverage, but it makes a huge difference for the hundreds of Islanders with ostomies who do not have a private health care plan. Question for the Minister of Health. This programme launched now 3 years ago. When was the last time this programme was reviewed with input from the volunteer community peer support group?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do agree with the member with regard to the importance of this program. As far as the review process, Mr. Speaker, and when it occurred, if it's ongoing, I will bring that information back to the House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
End of question period. Mermaid Stratford.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. The Premier in QP stated that the opposition was making false statements. I believe that this comment accused members of this House of lying, which is unparliamentary and contrary to Rule 34 of this House.
Okay, Honourable Member, I will take that under advisement and I will get back to you. Thank you. Minister's statement. The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are constantly working to make it easier and more affordable for Islanders to invest in the energy efficiency of their homes and contribute to our province's net zero goals. With rising fuel costs, there's no better time to help low-income Islanders make the switch to electric heat for their homes. I am pleased to announce that beginning December 1st, we'll be offering low-income Islanders a free heat pump. Currently, our efficiency programs define low income as under $35,000. As we move forward, we'll be working with the Department of Social Development and Housing to have this program align with their current thresholds. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce that we are implementing a new service model. We recognize that now more than ever, Islanders need streamlined, easy access to services. Low-income Islanders will no longer have to fill out an application or wait weeks to receive their rebates. If they qualify for a free heat pump, government will arrange for their heat pump installation with a local contractor, and government will cover the cost. In addition, all Islanders will be able to book one-on-one consultation with a customer service representative to go over all energy efficiency programs they are eligible for. And, Mr. Speaker, for the first time ever, these customer services representatives will be located in all access locations from Surrey to Tignish. I'd like to thank the staff from both my department and the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure for their ongoing efforts to improve the way we provide service to Islanders. I'd also like to recognize that every Islander needs a little bit of help reducing their carbon emissions. That's why we are rolling out an easier way to get a heat pump rebate for all Islanders who don't qualify for the low-income program. Starting December 1st, just go to a Network of Excellence contractor, and they will give you the instant rebate off your heat pump when you install for your home. No application required. A list of participating contractors can be found at princeedwardisland.ca/network. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a real pleasure to rise to express appreciation for this. We've certainly heard that the heat pumps are a significant route for people to be able to change the way that they manage their heating costs for their homes, not only in terms of managing their expenses, but also obviously their carbon emissions. However, it has been a challenging program, and there's been a lot of learning with that program. It certainly has been improved from the initial rollout in terms of how to apply, the number of the processes you have to go through to get the rebate, and we've seen that improvement, but it's still in our household, our own personal experience of that was 6 weeks, and then another 6 weeks, and another 6 weeks. So I actually really appreciate that piece of it, of recognizing that there can be continuous improvement and making the process itself work no matter who applies. But obviously what's really key on this one is making this available to people who could not afford that upfront cost that still remained, because a rebate means you must have the cash first before you can get that money back. And we know that any barrier that can be brought down means that more people can participate, and we're leveling out. My concern, and this is one that I have expressed for other programs, is that means testing through social development and housing is a challenge. It has been a challenge, and I think we know it's a challenge. I am asking that the more that we rely on the means testing program through that department, the more we recognize that program needs to pull up its socks and be more flexible in how it understands and applies means testing, and how it speaks to people when they're applying, and how it needs to be recognizing what that actually looks like, because that barrier is a barrier. The way to be able to sort of get approval sometimes is not consistent. It's not always fair, and it's not transparent. So that, to me, is probably the fly in the ointment on this program, and I'm hopeful that with the additional pressure that comes of there being more than one department now using social development and housing means testing as a route to getting access to these programs, that means that will improve for everybody that has to rely on means testing. It's a great announcement, Mr. Speaker, and I really look forward to being able to tell my constituents about this who previously would not have been able to apply. So thank you again for this, and I look forward to more announcements like this one.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's been lots of good work done to incentivize Islanders to transition their homes to heat pumps. And some feedback we had gotten was, the inability for low-income Islanders to purchase heat pumps up front. So this was a great announcement, and I thank the Minister for this, and anything we can do to help all Islanders is wonderful. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today and deliver the province's fall fiscal and economic update for 2022. Mr. Speaker, we all know how challenging the COVID pandemic has been since its inception in early 2020. In fact, these last 19 months may go down as some of the most difficult months in our Highlands history. Mr. Speaker, Islanders have shown incredible resiliency and have stepped up to every challenge that has been presented. Our public accounts that we tabled last week show that our economy is in much better state than we could have predicted when the pandemic began. We are in this beneficial state because of our public health precautions and because they are working, and because Islanders have been supporting their local businesses every step of the way. Mr. Speaker, in some ways, actually in many ways, the world stopped, but we kept going. We rolled out programs at record speeds. Some have even called PEI's pandemic response a Herculean effort. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not about what government did. It's about what Islanders did over the past year that have put us in this favourable position. Our farm cash receipts are strong. We've had record lobster catches, along with record price. Our tourism sector pivoted quickly and adjusted to a more local market. People spent their money right here on PEI. And now we're seeing the importance of spending local and supporting local. Mr. Speaker, our fall fiscal and economic update shows the same trends through the first 2 quarters of 2021. This update shows a revised deficit of $60.6 million forecasted for 21-22, which represents a significant improvement compared to the deficit plan of $112.2 million outlined in our spring 2020 operating budget. While we all know our small businesses and primary industries helped drive our economy through the pandemic, our island communities to lead in several of the country's key economic areas is very, very notable. Population growth, retail and wholesale trade, investments in building constructions, and our outlook for 2022 is very optimistic. With the introduction of proactive health measures such as our Vax Pass, paired with our high vaccination rates, we anticipate that we will see significant returns in areas like employment, hospitality, tourism, and so much more. We know that we must stay mindful of the COVID-19 pandemic, but the fall fiscal and economic update shows that it is an exciting time for our island as we keep investing in the future. We have already started with we've already started this commitment with the capital budget we have tabled, which will invest over $212 million in our island communities and in our economy. Mr. Speaker, I'm able to stand here and deliver all this great news because of Islanders and their commitment to keeping neighbours safe and supported. Our government is committed to continuing to provide health and economic supports to those most affected through the COVID-19 pandemic. We realize the pandemic isn't over. We will do what it takes for as long as it takes to keep Islanders safe. That includes strong investments in programs for social development and housing, health and education, because that is what Islanders deserve. I want to thank my staff at the Department of Finance and across all government departments for their hard work in compiling these documents, and I know we look forward to bringing our economy back to pre-pandemic levels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to seeing the fiscal update to be able to go into the details on it. So I'm able to offer just my sort of initial responses in response to the statement today. You know, I know the Minister mentioned the public accounts, and obviously we saw a massive difference between the projected deficit and the actual in those accounts. And so I'm not surprised to hear that we're already seeing that trend of, you know, a trend from the projected and going down, because, you know, what we've seen consistently from this government and from the previous one as well is the helpful under forecasting of revenues and how helpful that is when you project a deficit and then you say, oh, look, extra free money. Where did that come from? Under the mattress. I'd also think it's really important that we point out that the recovery I also think it's really important that we point out that the recovery and the amount of the money that's remained in our economy and the recovery that islanders have been able to benefit from was funded with 98% federal government transfers. Federal government transfers. You know. So we really need to put the thanks where the thanks goes and say that, you know, PEI had actually the lowest investment in the country at only 2% of its own funds towards the support of islanders. So thank you to the federal Liberal government for having been, you know, sending us up. And, you know, when we follow those trends, you know, we see that continual reliance on, oh, you know, if we can get anybody else to do it, then let's do that, because then we don't have the responsibility on it, and then the magic accounting happens. So, you know, I think, Mr. Speaker, one of the things we need to think about when we're looking at a fiscal and economic update, our robust economy is remarkable. It's like I said, it's going ahead, but there are consequences that we are not talking about. There's no mention in that update on workers, on our social health, on the well-being of people who are burning out from the strain of having worked in these really stressful spaces for 18 months. And that's our healthcare workers, it's our education workers, it's our frontline workers who we were hailing as heroes 18 months ago. And now we're saying, you know what, your minimum wage that you earn is not worth the cost of living. And I'm really hopeful that we're not going to hear from this government what we heard just yesterday from the government in Nova Scotia when they said minimum wage workers, oh, we don't need to worry about them because those aren't real jobs. Frontline workers are the reason that our economy is continuing to work, and we are pricing frontline workers out of the economy, which is on fire. They are going to be left behind, and then what are we going to do? Are we going to be like some of those economies that have to bring in people from outside to keep the wheels on the bus and run the restaurants and run our healthcare spaces? I don't want to see that future, and so I am hopeful that sooner or later this government will get the message that they must talk about the economy as more than just how much businesses are earning and how much building is happening, and actually about how well people are, how connected our communities are, and whether people are actually happy and healthy as well as earning a living. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's great news to see the provincial finances are somewhat under control. But I think everyone here recognizes that all of the heavy lifting was done by the federal government. And Mr. Speaker, I think it is important for all of us to understand the importance of the federal contribution. Without that support, we would have been in a terrible situation, and workers, businesses, and families could have suffered at such a difficult time. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I believe it is not now well understood that more than 90% of the COVID supports over the last 19 months came from Ottawa. For that reason, I will reserve the bulk of my congratulations for those who are not here. MPs Bobby Morrissey, Sean Casey, Lawrence McCauley, and of course Wayne Easter. I also want to express a degree of disappointment. Tens of millions of dollars approved by this House were unspent. I remember the beginning of this pandemic, there were solemn words spoken about the need to look at the structure of our social and economic approaches. We all agreed that a new deal was required, which would reward low-paid workers and provide better support to local businesses. For a while, we all seemed to understand that we needed to reevaluate our approaches and build a fair and more inclusive society that truly worked towards solutions in social supports, housing, and education. But what happened? Well, at the provincial level, not a whole lot. The same old problems exist, and the opportunity to truly take a look at the way we conducted ourselves was lost to a government more concerned about self-congratulating excuses and delays. So, are we any further ahead in addressing housing crisis, Mr. Speaker? It appears that we are not. Did we address inequity in wages? No, of course not. Did we maintain our promises and to value all the workers who make this island a great place to live? No. The phrase essential workers and the sentiments around COVID warriors were forgotten. And it's too bad, Mr. Speaker, and in the future, I believe that our descendants will look back at this time and say that too many opportunities were wasted and neglected. Perhaps someday we will find the will outside of the time of crisis to truly address the fundamental questions that confront us. Perhaps we will reach a time that senior citizens will have access to better services and enjoy the confidence of knowing that a lifetime of contributions will result in years of greater comfort. Perhaps we will reach a time that the bottom lines of a financial minister's financial update will reveal our true commitment to building a better Prince Edward Island rather than giving in to demands of bond rating agencies. In conclusion, I am happy that our Treasury remains healthy. I just wish that more had been done to increase the health and well-being of Islanders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dale's got a raise over there or something.
Okay, members. Interesting day. Tabling of documents. The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford and the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table a letter from the Canadian Mental Health Association, Prince Edward Island chapter, that was addressed to the Deputy Minister, Fiscal, and the Minister of Health and Wellness. In this letter, it clearly states, we believe that introducing the Centre of Mental Wellbeing is a duplication of service that complicates rather than clarifies the mental health landscape in PEI. And I move, seconded by Charlottetown Victoria Park, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
The honourable member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke and the opposition whip.
Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg... Sorry, I'll start again. Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table an email sent to the residents of Slemon Park from the president of the Slemon Park Corporation about the salt storage that states that a comprehensive environmental assessment of the project was completed and written approval for the salt storage had been received from the Department of Environment, Energy and Climate Action before they moved it to Slemon Park. And I move, seconded by Summerside Wilmot, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The honourable member from Mallory Inverness and the third party
Mr.
whip.
Speaker, by leave of this House, I beg to table an ALC correspondence from Sean O'Connor, and I move, seconded by Charlottetown West Royalty, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry?
There's one you didn't delete. You guys usually delete them, not table them.
Okay, members. The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table questions that were posed to me during committee when we had the act to amend the Liquor Control Act on the floor of the House, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that the document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By leave of the House, I beg leave to table the 2021 Fall Fiscal and Economic Update, and I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? Is there any more? The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table the contract agreement between Ground Ambulance Services, the Ground Ambulance Services Agreement, which is a contract between the Government of Prince Edward Island and Island EMS. And I beg leave to table this document, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Shall it carry? Any more tabling of documents? One more here. Oh, the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table an agreement between the Government of Prince Edward Island, Medivie Health Services Incorporated, And I move, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing, that said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall carry. I missed anyone? Nope. Reports by committees. The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Chair of the Standing Committee on Education and Economic Growth, and following the receipt of the committee's report on committee's activities of the said committee on November 4th, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road, that the report of the committee be adopted. The committee had worked on to accommodate an evolving work plan as an incident in East Wiltshire School caused the study of harassment and bullying within the school system to be prioritized by your committee. This topic was explored by conducting a series of meetings as well as by seeking public consultation. Other topics explored by your committee have been the province's economic recovery, workforce shortages, and recruitment and retention of early childhood educators. Your committee had also studied Bill Number 19, Temporary Foreign Worker Protection Act, and the resulting recommendations have been covered in a separate report by your committee. As a result of its deliberations, your committee is pleased to make the following recommendations to the members of the Legislative Assembly. On the topic of bullying and harassment within the school system, your committee recommends government engage a third party to conduct a review on safety, harassment, and bullying within the school system that be done in consultation with the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate. Your committee further recommends that the findings be provided to this Legislative Assembly. Your committee recommends the current gender and diversity guidelines serve as a basis for a policy framework. Your committee recommends professional development for public schools branch staff should be given annually on the creative policy, and that training and best practices to identify and prevent bullying should be given regularly. Diversity and inclusion professional development should be made a priority and provided regularly for all staff of the public schools branch. Your committee also recommends an annual report be released outlining the diversity and inclusion training provided. Your committee recommends government ensure there is a designated diversity champions at all schools within the public schools branch. Your committee also recommends government assess funding provided to each school and ensure there are explicit funds allocated for mental health supports and gender and sexuality alliances. Your committee recommends government implement and conduct ongoing reviews of the curriculum as it pertains to diversity and inclusion. Your committee urges government to consult with relevant organizations. Your committee recommends government action on a number of suggestions which were given to your committee during the public consultation campaign that are included in this report. On the topic of economic recovery, your committee recommends government assess current investments and increase supports and explore new programs for museums and heritage sites. Your committee urges government to invest in the expansion of diverse collections within museums and heritage sites. Your committee recommends government encourage partnerships between tourism partners and the Canadian Museum Association of Prince Edward Island. Your committee recommends government expand the Business Advice Adaptation Program, or BAP, to include fishing operations. Your committee recommends government provide sustainable and stable funding for nonprofit organizations, including but not limited to core funding. Your committee recommends government explore the development of programs and policies that encourage volunteer work. Your committee recommends government explore ways to assist nonprofit organizations in the examination and implementation of technologies that can enhance productivity and effectiveness. Your committee recommends that the Premier prioritize meeting with the Standing Committee on Education and Economic Growth to provide a briefing on the Premier's Council for Recovery and Economic Growth report. And other recommendations, Mr. Speaker, your committee recommends that government consider actioning any outstanding recommendations outlined in the PEI Workforce Strategy Project authored by Kathleen Flanagan in March of 2019. Your committee recommends government invest in the student well-being teams to allow for a full-time dedicated staff member who is to be devoted to parental support. Further, your committee recommends government support the idea of regular evening sessions for the enhancement of parental skills. Your committee recommends government continue to explore innovative approaches to exposing students to careers in the skilled trades industry. Further, your committee recommends government continue to collaboratively work with Holland College, the PEI Construction Association, and any other relevant stakeholders to come up with innovative approaches to recruitment and retention of those labor workforce. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, your committee thanks all those who provided the committee with personal accounts of bullying and harassment in the school system. They provided the committee with further insight to support its report to the Legislative Assembly. Your committee also thanks all the groups and organizations who have both presented in person and submitted written feedback on various topics. Also, I do want to thank personally all the permanent members of this committee, all of the past members for their input, and of course all of our substitute members. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Is there anyone that would like to speak to the report? Yeah, it looks. Shall carry. Busy committee. It was all good. Busy. Introduction of government bills. Government motions, orders of the day, government. The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that the 21st order of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Order 21, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Bill number 37, ordered for second reading.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that the said bill be read a second time.
Shall it carry?
Bill 37, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, read a second time.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that this House do now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker, the Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, please.
Of the whole House to take into consideration a bill to be intituled an act to amend the Income Tax Act. A request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? Good morning. Would you please state your name and position for Hansard?
Nigel Burns, Director.
Thank you very much, Nigel, and welcome. Promoter, would you like to commence with a general statement on the bill's intent?
Thank you, Chair. This bill will implement the changes to income taxes announced in the 2021-22 budget, effective January 1st, 2022. The changes would include increase the basic personal income tax exemption level by $750 to a new threshold of $11,250. The spouse and equivalent to spouse amounts will be raised proportionately. Increase to the low income tax reduction threshold by $1,000 to $20,000, and reduce the small business rate by 1% to an overall rate of 1%, the lowest rate in the Atlantic provinces. An adjustment to the dividend tax credit will maintain integration between personal and corporate systems.
Thank you very much. Members, is it the pleasure that the committee, let the bill be now read, section by section, or open it up as a whole? As a whole for general questions? Okay, I'm now going to take names for Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the department for providing the briefing and then the follow-up materials so that we were able to get some of the questions that we had answered through that briefing. But this is obviously a piece of legislation that we've seen before. It's a continuation of the platform commitments that were made by your government. And I guess my questions come around sort of the cost of these commitments versus the actual impact of those that they're trying to serve. So if I can start, Chair, with increasing the tax bracket basic amount. What's the income threshold where these benefits begin to actually be felt by taxpayers for the increase of the basic threshold?
For the basic personal amount?
Yeah.
So that it is being raised to $11,250.
Okay.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Yep. And in terms of when you actually, how much income do you need to be earning before you actually start to see a benefit from this policy?
So for a single individual, it's around $15,000 when combined with the impact of the low-income tax reduction.
Mm-hmm.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you. And so, one of the things that we need to be clear on is that, when you raise that, what does that actually look like in terms of the additional money that people end up with in their pocket from that impact? So we want to see something that benefits those who earn the least. And then in this case, then you're saying you need to be earning around $15,000 before you begin to see that. And my numbers say that at that point, they're going to get basically $74 a year as a result of this. That's the benefit that they would get, $74.
Yes.
That's correct. And then that same benefit is paid to everybody who earns above that amount right up until you get to over $100,000. So somebody who earns $15,000 is going to get an extra $74 a year, and somebody who earns $100,000 is going to get an extra $74 a year, because it's that increase is just across the board. Correct?
Yes, it affects all taxpayers.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Well, it doesn't affect all taxpayers because the taxpayers who earn less than $15,000 don't get any benefit at all. So how does this tax benefit those who earn the least?
So these are non-refundable tax credits?
Right.
So you do have to have some PEI, personal income tax, payable to see a reduction in that.
So we have, a narrative that says that this is helping people who have a low income sort of be able to have more money in their pocket, but the people with the low income don't have more money in their pocket from this because it's a non-refundable tax credit, so they're still basically not getting it. And then those that do get the benefit from it get the benefit even if they're not low income. So you can see the challenge where I understand the need to honor your commitments and to see that rise, but is this actually the best tax policy decision to actually benefit people who have the least amount of money? What's the point of this if people who are $100,000 are going to get the same amount as somebody who's earning way less, and the people who earn the least don't get anything at all? How does that help? Like, what are you trying to achieve?
Well, Honourable Member, this is a tax benefit for all islanders, is the way I would put it, whether you're low income or not. And I think that's the way it was looked at and viewed from the very beginning, is that we wanted to be able to provide this for all islanders.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Okay. I really am struggling with how we invest this much money, and I believe, I'm going to have to double check, but it's $6.8 million is the cost on implementing this. Am I correct on that? What was the cost? Sorry, maybe I should ask you. What's the cost of the implementation of increasing this threshold?
$6.25 million.
That was close.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
So we're losing that revenue. We're not spending it, we're just not taking that revenue in, I guess is a better way to look at it, to benefit all islanders, regardless of whether they actually need this. How is that helping islanders who need it the most? You know, I really wonder how somebody who is earning $105,000 a year will even notice that they got an extra $81 because of this increase. But I'll tell you, if you're earning 15 grand a year, you would totally notice $80. Why has, if this government wants to actually support islanders who are in need, why are they not doing more targeted increases? Why are we not targeting that based on income? We have other programs that target based on income. We just talked about a means testing approach for providing heat pumps. Why are we not looking at that, like in terms of actually putting that much money into somewhere where it actually helps the people who need that money and not the ones who don't?
Well, Honourable Member, I appreciate the question, and there are a number of programs that we have for low-income islanders. We continue to increase those programs, increase the threshold, and with the lowering the income tax threshold and the basic personal, proposed increase to the basic personal amount, it will be 6 1/4, but that is across the board for all islanders. And with the low income tax threshold, that will definitely be a significant change for low income islanders.
Charlotte Belvedere.
Thank you. Yeah, well, the low income tax threshold sounds really great as well until you realize that it increases it by an extra $50. So it's for a certain group of people, and it is targeted, but it's $50 in a year. So it gives the benefit for people between a very specific space, between about $20,000 and it kind of tapers off at around 27,000, I think. So there's a very narrow space in there, and it provides an extra $50 in a year. And let's be clear, you know, like you're saying, there's lots of programs that help people who are low income. We don't have programs that give people money. The only programs that actually give people money directly are from the provincial government, our social assistance programs, which are again for those very lowest income earners. And the margins on that are so small that a lot of the people who sit in this space that we're talking about aren't qualifying for social assistance, so they're not getting money from you. And the best possible way that we can give people more money is to give people more money. It's not to put in more barriers where they have to qualify and earn a certain amount before they might get $50 back. So I appreciate that this is something that all islanders can benefit, but not all islanders are islanders. Not all islanders are taxpayers, or taxpayers who earn enough to be able to kind of access the very small amount of support they're going to get on a person-by-person basis based on this huge investment. And just, that's a lot of money that we could do really big things with if we were targeting it. And have you ever explored a policy that where you target a tax exemption or a tax threshold other than this method, which just doesn't actually work?
Well, Honourable Member, I guess that is your point of view, but I'll say that we wanted to bring this into effect for all islanders. We're doing that, and I would like to also maybe correct the member, because we did make an announcement today for low-income islanders where we're providing heat pumps. That is putting money back in the pockets of islanders, and that is for low income, not just social assistance. And Honourable Member, I appreciate your comments, but this was something that we promised and we are bringing forward for all islanders.
Charlotte Belvedere.
Yeah, you know, it is okay to change your mind. Like you are allowed to do that. And I said, you heard me speak about how grateful I am to see that low-income support program. Obviously, my concerns are around means testing, and we've talked about that a lot before. But, you know, it's not just me saying this. This isn't just my opinion. The Ontario's financial watchdog actually came out with a statement just a couple of days ago slamming the Ford government in Ontario for their new low-income tax credit, saying it would provide fewer benefits for minimum wage employees and actually just increasing minimum wage. So the low-income tax credit, which benefits, you know, people across this kind of specific space to give them that tax relief, doesn't provide a tangible benefit in the same way that paying people more would do. And his example, this is, just trying to remember his name, Peter Weltman, who is the Ontario Financial Accountability Officer, states that the lift credit will provide fewer benefits to minimum wage workers than increasing the minimum wage on an hourly basis. So my question would be, what sectors are the people in that typically work in this space where they're earning less than $15,000? Who are we talking about that are kind of left out of this announcement, out of this legislation? Who are we talking about?
Well, Honourable Member, anyone paying or earning $15,000 or less is not going to be paying any taxes to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the other thing I'd like to point out, Honourable Member, is this was part of our operating budget in the spring. The operating budget has been passed, and this is the mechanism to ensure that it is legislated so that we can carry out and implement it in January. So, Honourable Member, I appreciate your comments. This is something that we are committed to bringing forward and continue to be committed to that. And again, this is the act to make that happen.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, and this is the opportunity I have to sort of raise some points around the policy decisions that inform the legislation, as we do with debate on any other legislation on the floor. I think there's a couple of points to raise, and I appreciate your point earlier around the heat pump. But, obviously not everybody who is low income has their own home, can benefit from something like a heat pump program. That is a very specific piece. And, I spoke yesterday about the challenges of a senior in my district. She's somebody that would absolutely benefit from that program. But most of the other people that I work with on a daily basis are renters. So, again, targeted programs achieve specific outcomes. When we have a broad program like this with this kind of an investment, what you're doing is it's an inch deep and a mile wide. The idea of giving $75, $74 to everybody, regardless of their income, again, $74 for somebody who is having a really low income actually it's a lot of money. That could be a bill payment for a month for somebody. But somebody who earns $100,000, that's a good meal out at a local restaurant. And if they don't get it, they wouldn't notice they didn't have it. So it's really challenging to explain those financial decisions to ordinary islanders every day who are asking about how they're supposed to make ends meet. We look at our $25 a day childcare commitment that's been made by the Minister of Education and Early Learning. Obviously, we're waiting for those federal one, but that $25 a day childcare commitment has an annualized provincial cost of $2.5 million. So this tax cut would cover that program and would pay for the additional $2 million we need for those 300 extra childcare spaces, and we'd have enough money left over to maybe do some direct extra payments to people on social assistance to increase their food allowance. And we'd probably still have some change left over to do some other kind of cool project. So there are so many other places that we could actually directly impact low-income islanders rather than doing this thin spread. And as I've said before, Minister, just because it's a commitment doesn't mean that you can't change your mind based on what the reality that's happening around us. I'd like to make a point regarding something that came out from the Chamber of Commerce in their comment following on the minimum wage increase that was announced spectacularly by the Premier the other day. Obviously, they're concerned about the impact of that minimum wage increase, but they seem more concerned about the fact that there doesn't seem to be a plan to support workers. What really caught my attention, though, Minister, is the submission called for provincial government to take a more holistic approach when it comes to creating a livable income for low-income workers, such as reevaluating our income tax bracket model to better align with the Atlantic provinces and leave more money in the pockets of islanders. We encourage the provincial government to explore options when it comes to the real issue of affordability in this province and not download the responsibility to the island business community with this large increase. Currently, our province taxes our lowest income earners at the highest rate in Atlantic Canada, and we believe this should be reviewed and adjusted as a way to put more money in the pockets of islanders. We actually presented this earlier in the year during the operational budget about looking at the tax brackets and adjusting tax brackets, even adding new tax brackets, but looking at adjusting those tax brackets is the most effective way to help low-income islanders have more money in their pockets. And here, from the Chamber of Commerce, who represents businesses across the province, is somebody saying the same thing. So maybe if you don't think my opinion is okay to listen to, maybe you'll listen to them.
Thank you for that, honourable member. Maybe you had the discussion with them as well about us lowering the small business tax rate and how they felt about that, because honourable member, you're not in support of that. And I can tell you right now that with all of the reductions we've made and bringing it down from 4.5% to 1%, it's an estimated savings of $10 million for island businesses, and that could help them with whatever it is, whether it's wage increases, whatever they want to do to expand their business. And can we do more? Absolutely. And your job is to ensure that we are doing more. And this is something that we're committed to. We feel it's important for all islanders to feel, I guess, that they're being listened to. And there are a number of supports there for low income across the board. We had 40 programs during COVID for all islanders. This is something that we are committed to, and this is the opportunity to change the act to bring it forward in January.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you. Well, people don't stop being low income because COVID's over. I mean, those programs were incredible, and they were vital, and they were funded by the federal government. And now that those programs are closing, the low income situation for islanders remains the same. And so, you know, I appreciate that you're passionate when you talk about the small business piece. I wish you were so passionate when we talk about how we can help islanders who don't have enough money. And, you know, the challenge for, when I asked you earlier about sort of who are the people that are low income, I have to answer my own questions. So some of those people are people who work in the service sector. There are people who are precariously employed. There are people who are students who are doing a part-time job or working on the side. There are seniors who are working because their pension isn't enough. And yeah, absolutely, they don't pay tax. Or if they do, they're going to get it back. But they need more money in their pocket now, not in March, not in tax return time, and it's frankly insulting to them when we rely on them to help keep our economy working, that we are comfortable with saying, you know what, we're going to give $74 to everybody, and we're not going to have something that's specifically here to help you when we need you to be there for us. So the cost of living is going to negate this for those who are going to get it. This will be wiped out in a month anyway. Targeted programs and tax approaches are, as we heard from the Ontario Financial Accountability Officer, including minimum wage, including ways to help people, so that employers, programs that help employers provide more benefits and services to their staff, absolutely, are going to be necessary for us. And at what point is the government going to pivot from commitments you made 3 years ago and recognize that things have changed, and this is the reality?
Member, I thank you for your comments. There's not much more I can say. We are working every day to ensure that we're doing all we can for islanders. We'll continue to do that. There are many challenges at the time. We know inflation is increasing every day. The fact that we did have a better projected deficit both last year and the fiscal quarter that I just read about today helps all islanders. It helps us rebound, helps our economy rebound, helps us be there for islanders. And the only way we can be there for islanders is through tax dollars, and tax dollars are provided mainly through small business on Prince Edward Island. And honourable member, this is something we've committed to. We're on the floor of the House here to pass the act, and honourable member, we feel it's important to support all islanders, and we are supporting low-income islanders and people that need help every day, and we continue to move on that.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Chair. You know, we are here to debate and to discuss, and there's never any guarantee that we will pass anything without that, as we found with other pieces of legislation on the floor, and this is part of the process. And, you know, we're here to represent all islanders too. And I think, you know, the idea that tax dollars come from the corporate income tax, the small business tax, and personal income tax. They also come from, obviously, from the revenues that are transferred, and those tax dollars are not only returned to islanders through something like a tax rebate. Those tax dollars are how we provide services. So our responsibility is to ensure that we are looking for those services to be reflective of the needs of islanders. So what I am saying to you is that the tool, this is not the only tool you have, and it is an ineffective tool. If we want to actually support low-income islanders who don't qualify for specific targeted programs like a heat pump rebate or whatever that may be, then we need to be actively talking about how we support those with programs that work for them, and programs that are designed to address the needs of those who are lower income, including things like a guaranteed livable wage, higher a guaranteed basic income, and programs that are specifically designed to address the needs of this are going to become a part of our conversation sooner than later, whether or not it makes you comfortable. And that means that we're going to be the ones bringing it forward and pushing you on it, because this is the way that things used to be, and it's not going to be the way that things can be going forward.
Honourable Member, we have a pilot right now, and it has been commented on a number of times. There is no way that the province can support a guaranteed wage without the help of the federal government. We know that for a fact. It's just not possible with our tax base and where we are as a province. Honourable Member, our government is supporting the pilot and looking at what that will do for Islanders. We'll continue to look at that. And what we're discussing right now is a change we are making to the Income Tax Act to ensure that all Islanders benefit from this change.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you. And to be clear, the pilot that you have, whatever you like to call it, has got nothing to do with being a guaranteed livable income. It is a targeted group of people who are meeting a very specific set of criteria, which is the opposite of what a guaranteed livable income is. And it's to do with providing, I believe, $140 extra to people who are under the accessibility file. So it is a targeted program that's been delivered by the Department of Social Development and Housing. It has absolutely no relation in any way to a basic income. In fact, it doesn't meet any of the conditions that were actually provided as a basic income outline from the Committee of Poverty, Special Committee on Poverty that were tabled in this House. So I think it's disappointing that this government continues to talk about that as a pilot and some kind of example of something that we should be proud of, especially when they still haven't tabled an actual report or any information about that pilot. All we know about it is pieces of information that have been mentioned in passing by various ministers. So I would repeat again my request. I know it's off topic, Chair, but since it's been raised, it would be great to have that report at any point so that we can actually have some information on that and then perhaps be able to speak more appropriately in the House onto sort of whether it's meeting any useful things to help people. But in the meantime, in the context of this legislation, the low income threshold and the increase to the basic exemption together do not address the concerns of Islanders who are in precarious low income employment. And I am specifically requesting that your government be more open in our next budget submission to alternative methods and considerations, including looking at the income tax bracket model and targeted tax rates to actually help Islanders have more money in their pocket, including those who need it.
Thank you, Member.
Do you have somebody else on your list?
Yes.
Okay, I'll come back.
Charlottetown Brighton.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go along the same line, but I want to bring the discussion back to not a promise, not a commitment, but an actual law that was passed in the earlier session this year that every single member of the House voted for. It's the act of the Poverty Elimination Act that was actually put forward by the member that just spoke, which basically is committing to eliminate poverty in a very short time. I believe the first deadline is in a little over 3 years, where, if I recollect already, we're to eliminate childhood poverty. Now, this particular act is very different from the guaranteed basic income, but the ultimate goal is the same, to eliminate poverty. And the beauty is that the study done here in the legislature identified a cost of eliminating poverty through a guaranteed basic income. I believe the number is about $300 million a year. So this Elimination of Poverty Act is actually very clever, because it spreads that very large expenditure over 14 years But you still come out with a fairly substantial amount each year, and I haven't seen anything from the finance minister or from the government side that tries to come up with that number. You know, if you're not spending $25 to $30 million this year on eliminating poverty, then you're not following the act. It seems to me that that has to be done before we start distributing money to islanders. I'm all for giving money back to islanders, but this act by definition say that, well, we have to give it to those people that need it the most first, or you'll never get there. So I'm not saying that there aren't some good intention in this bill here, but it spends the money for all people where we need, and where you already are given the commitment to spend it on the people that need it the most first, which is people who live in poverty. So I'm against this bill for that reason. I think you're spending the money wrong. You're not even following your own law. So, thank you.
Thank you, member.
I have an intervention from the Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I just wanted to address some of the comments about the target basic income. In fact, one of the reasons we implemented this is it's a way to try and keep moving forward towards a basic income guarantee. Obviously, it's not a basic income guarantee across the province, as indicated by the Special Committee on Poverty. I think that's stating the obvious. But what it is it uses results from other jurisdictions, like the expert panel in British Columbia that created a 500-page report, Mr. Chair, covering all the basics reforms for a more just society. And they made 65 recommendations, and one of them was a targeted basic income for 3 specific groups: youth aging out of government care, those with disabilities, and women fleeing violence. This was in British Columbia. So we said, what can we do here in Prince Edward Island to move forward the basic income file? And we said, you know, why don't we look at expanding our current program and really up the amount that we're giving to people with the disabilities that have, you know, severe barriers to employment. And we said, let's include youth aging out of care, as they said in the BC report. And we said, we're going to include people on social assistance as well that have severe barriers to employment, sometimes for medical reasons, for example. So Chair, this is a positive step in the right direction. I had a brief conversation with Senator Pate. I think she believes this is a good step in the right direction. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to continue as Minister of Social Development and Housing to lobby for a full basic income guarantee, working with the federal government, Mr. Speaker. But I just wanted to clear up some of the comments made by the member from Charlottetown Belvedere and put this in the right context. And, you know, it's at 85% of market basket measure, which was in the report from the Special Committee on Poverty. But, you know, this pulls those people receiving a target basic income out of deep poverty. However, it's still not at 100%, and we're going to keep on working towards 100% in the future. But this is one step forward, and if the member across is against us making steps forward to help the people most in need in our society, I don't know why she would criticize this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Charlottetown Brighton.
Good. I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you. I would ask the Minister, following that intervention, Chair, I would just ask again, I think probably the 9th time, for him to actually provide information on the programme so we can accurately and appropriately respond to it rather than only ever hearing about it in rumour. And that would make this so much easier. Thank you.
I have an intervention from the Minister of Social Development and Housing.
For the record, this is the first time she has ever asked me directly for this. So, I mean, it's really a chance to criticize without knowing the facts. So I'd be happy to share the facts. Thank you.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Chair. Do you have others on your list, or am I back on your list? Great. Much appreciated. So, Minister, I was wondering if, Chair, if I could hear we've talked about the pressures on small businesses and the impact of the small business tax rate that over a number of years has moved from 4.5 down to 1%. What the biggest pressures that we're hearing is about labor and the labor costs. Could you speak to how you're hearing from businesses about what this tax cut does for them?
Well, Honourable Member, we've had a number of discussions with through the Chamber. It was one of the top recommendations they put forward to us, and we know, especially in the last year and a half, that there are a number of challenges with labour, and I don't see an end coming to that anytime soon myself, because we just do not have the population here in PEI to provide the labour that we need, and so then that raises a question, bringing in more immigrants, and that raises a question about housing. So it is a circle where we as a government are trying to come up with as many creative solutions as we can to ensure that there's more housing, not only for Islanders but for new immigrants. That in turn will increase the labor force we have. That will in turn help with all the pressures across all departments and all I guess industries. But it's there's not one solution to this. We're working with the Chamber, and we listen to them on a regular basis about what their concerns are, and I know labor is the #1 issue right now.
Charlotte Belvedere.
Thank you, Chair. I know, again, we've spoken about the cost of the lost revenue cost of honouring these commitments. In this case, it's 2.8 million this year with the kind of the final 1% piece. And obviously, our own caucus had advocated for a reduction of 1%, not to 1%, but of 1% back in our 2019 platform, recognising that there was that competitive aspect in the region. And so, the kind of middle ground we felt was to sort of not aim to be the lowest, because the race to the bottom generally doesn't help anybody, but that there was that way you could sort of at least remove that perspective of competitiveness. But in this case, we're looking, the local market is the key piece. Have you actually heard that the small business tax rate is a factor, given the labour challenges are actually being felt across the entire region?
Honourable Member, it gives businesses the opportunity to take that tax savings and put it towards their business in whatever way they see fit, whether it's trying to increase their staff, it's bringing in supplies that are costing more if they can get them. I mean, we have a lot of challenges right now. We're still in COVID, and listening to the experts, inflation looks like it's going to increase for a while. What that's going to do to small business, but this is one way to ensure that we can remain competitive and hopefully attract some of the businesses from across Canada, not just Atlantic Canada, to this lower tax rate for small business.
Charlotte Belvedere.
Earlier, you spoke about the challenges of attracting workers, and so while I recognise that sort of the competitive business market is a way to also encourage business and business relocation, the numbers that I'm hearing from the community is that is not an active part of how we actually are generating more business activity here. It is about local business growth. It's about local businesses scaling up, new business startups, expansion. It is not about businesses relocating, and part of that is, frankly, because there is no capacity, either from a commercial basis or from a labour market basis. So I really do fail to see the kind of the competitive in terms of enticing businesses here when we're not addressing those other challenges. Are there other investments that government is making in other areas that could look to supporting small businesses other than this aspect? What else are we doing?
That's not something I can speak to right now on the floor. I can reach out to the department to see what they're doing right now. I don't have a list of that in front of me, but be happy to bring that back.
Charlotte Belvedere.
Okay, and obviously it's a lot like the challenge that we've spoken at with other files, where when we know that there are critical pressures that come from other aspects that are outside this file that impact this file, it makes it very difficult to then have a robust conversation about this in isolation, because what I'm basically saying is a small business tax cut maxes out at $5,000 in terms of the investment, and as valuable as that would be for those businesses at the top end that would get that maximum, the average is less, and for a lot of small businesses that I am aware of, they're sitting in that kind of $500, $600 cash back kind of revenue line. That's not going to help them with their labor shortages or their marketing, or, you know, it'll pay for website hosting for a year. And so other business supports at this point, given all those other external pressures, are going to be more appropriate in terms of what we can spend our money on. So I look again at the cost of this at $3 million. I understand it's a platform commitment. Is there somewhere else we could have spent that $3 million and got more bang for our buck for small businesses?
Honourable Member, there's always other places to spend our money, and it's never enough. It doesn't matter what project or what initiatives we bring forward. It's never enough. We realize that, but we continue to work to ensure that we're there for all Islanders, and this is a way of doing that.
Charlotte Belvedere.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, you know, one of the other pieces that we deal with here, which, you know, which comes back not just to sort of the worker shortage, but also, you know, the low-income piece, is that seasonal industries, which are a critical part of our economy, tourism, food service to a degree, agriculture, you know, the fish plants, the whole thing. You know, someone who's only working for 4 months, May to August, are completely left out of this conversation, because they're not going to see the impact from a tax situation. They're not necessarily going to see sort of that labor benefit from the small businesses. Aren't small businesses, but they rely on, those businesses rely on those lower wage workers. So how, if that's the huge pressure, or one of the huge pressures that we're feeling in our industry, how can some of the things that you're putting into this legislation help that problem? Or does it?
Honourable Member, as I said earlier, this is to help all Islanders by reducing the threshold. It's also to help small business by reducing the tax rate. Does it help all Islanders equally? No, it does not. But it is a way of ensuring that Islanders know we're there for them, and will continue to be there for them through tax measures, and this is one of them.
Charlotte Belvedere.
So it helps all Islanders except Islanders who work in seasonal employment or other employment, which means they earn less than $15,000 a year. It doesn't help them. So it's not all Islanders.
There are other programs that we work through different departments to ensure that we have, as I mentioned, the heat pump program for Islanders who are low income. We'll continue to do that. This is a way of in a different way, of helping Islanders. And yes, for anyone under $15,000, they do not pay any income tax. Again, I said, every decision government makes does not have the same impact to all Islanders. We know that, but this is one that we feel is not only good for Islanders, but good for the economy.
Charlotte Belvedere.
It doesn't address some of the key pieces that we have that are the pressures in our economy. It doesn't help businesses struggling with the labour shortage. It threatens their business. It doesn't help low-income Islanders who are in precarious employment. It doesn't help Islanders who are renters. It doesn't help Islanders who are seniors who have to work part-time. It doesn't help all Islanders. This policy doesn't help all Islanders. I know the intent is there, but it doesn't do that. So your marketing is off. And I appreciate the intent, but this is the wrong tool to do what you want it to do. And I that's where I'm at, Chair. Thank you.
Any other questions? Charlotte Brighton?
Question to the Finance Minister, who signed the Poverty Elimination Act. I was wondering how she looks at that as a commitment.
We're discussing the bill that's in front of us, the Act to amend the Income Tax Act. So do you have a question pertaining to this particular bill that's on the floor?
It is relevant to that, because as the Minister of Finance keeps pointing out, the money has to come from somewhere. So she has passed and signed a bill that requires money, and she's spending more money here. And as she points out, she can't spend money everywhere. So I think it is a relevant question.
I'm not sure. Could you repeat your question?
If she is also committed to live up to the commitment on the Poverty Elimination Act this year specifically.
I'm sorry, member, we're having a difficulty understanding the question. Could you please repeat it?
Is the Minister of Finance committed to implement the measures in the Poverty Elimination Act that she voted for at a unanimous vote this spring.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Charlottetown Belvedere, or sorry, Charlottetown Brighton.
So have you been following the recommendation in the act and set aside? Interestingly, despite what the Minister of Housing and Social Services says, this act, unlike the Basic Income Act, counts everything. So free heat pumps to people living under the poverty line, and the measures that the Minister of Housing and Development counts. It's part of those $30 million. We need additional money spending each year, cumulative, that's needed. So that counts too, but you still have to get up to the total. Is the minister thinking about what additional money she needs to spend to meet the target this year? It makes a difference to me in terms of voting on this bill, because if she hasn't set more money aside from the other thing, I don't think I can vote for this bill.
Honourable Member, you already stated earlier that you weren't going to support the bill.
Okay.
So do you have a question pertaining to this particular act?
The one I just made, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Shall I carry?
Carry.
The bill will carry.
Thanks, Nigel.
So we can carry, but move forward.
I move the title.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act. Shall I carry?
I move the enacting clause.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor of the Province of the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island as follows. Shall I carry?
Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to without amendment.
Shall I carry? Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House having under consideration the bill to be entitled an act to amend the Income Tax Act, I beg leave to report the committee has gone through the said bill and has agreed to same without amendment. I move the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall it carry? The Honourable. The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation Infrastructure, that the 22nd order of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Order 22, an act to amend the Community Development Equity Tax Credit Act, Bill number 38.
Oh, that's not the right one. Sorry. Order number 23 be now read.
Shall it carry?
Order 23, Health Professions Amendment Act, Bill number 39, ordered for second reading.
The Honourable Minister of Health or Finance and Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that the said bill be read a second time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 39, Health Professions Amendment Act, read a second time.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that this House do now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry? Ooh. The Honourable Member from Tignish, Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker, to chair the Committee of the Whole House, please.
business now in committee of the whole House to take into consideration the bill to be entitled Health Professions Amendment Act. Request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? Pardon me? Bill number 39, Health Professions Amendment Act. Okay. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and title for Hansard?
Nicola Hewitt, Solicitor with the Department of Health and Wellness.
Okay, welcome. Minister, we'd like to begin by giving a brief statement on the bill's intent.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the Health Professions Amendment Act, this bill, it's administrative in nature. It will make minor amendments to both the Registered Health Professions Act as well as the Regulated Health Professions Act. The amendments to both acts are as follows. First of all, students may be supervised in performing a reserved activity by any person who is authorized to perform the reserved activity, not just a registrant of the student's health profession. And secondly, the regulations may provide for exceptions to the prohibition against a corporation other than a health profession corporation carrying on the business of providing the professional service of a registrant. In addition, the Regulated Health Professions Act is further amended to require that where the respondent to a complaint is a member of a multidisciplinary college, a hearing committee appointed to hear the complaint shall include a member of the respondent's regulated health professional. And these amendments are supported by regulatory colleges.
Thank you very much, Minister. Is it the pleasure of the committee that the bill be now read clause by clause, section by section, or open it up to questions as a whole? Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you for being here. Thank you, Nicola. Can you explain what the impact to the frontline students and supervisors will be with the changes in this amendment?
To the front line? The only impact on the front line would be with respect to the provision that will allow persons who are learning a health profession to be supervised when performing a reserved activity by someone other than the profession in which they're training to be become qualified in. So I can give you an example. This past summer, when they had the big COVID clinics at the Eastlink Center, Health PEI had managed to recruit a number of students who had finished their third year at UPEI in the nursing program and wanted to be, they had agreed to help at the COVID clinic. And we had to ensure that there was a registered nurse supervising them all the time when they were providing the injections. However, you know, the odd thing is there could have been a physician standing right there and the physician wasn't able to supervise them because of the way the act is written. So it just makes no sense. It's nonsensical, and it's just a very pragmatic response. So, for example, when you've got some of these more collaborative care facilities, you could have a student assigned to the facilities, and there may not be a regulated professional of that profession at that facility. But as long as somebody is qualified and authorized to perform that activity, then the student can do it under them. And that was the purpose behind this.
Mermaid Stratford.
Great, thanks, Chair, and thank you for that explanation. So when we're in a hospital setting or clinical setting, this would open it up regardless of where the student is doing their clinical. Is that correct?
Well, when you say open it up, it's most health professions, many health professions aren't limited to a specific setting. Okay, some of them are by virtue of what they do. For example, X-ray or medical radiation technologists and are limited by virtue of they need the equipment, right? But we don't typically limit health professionals to a physical setting.
Okay, thank you.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. And can you just share with us who you heard from, like, when you did your consultation on this bill, who did you hear from?
So I sent out an email on October the 1st attaching the draft email, or the draft document. And I said, kindly provide your comments, if any, in writing, not later than October 15th. It was sent to the College of Allied Health Professionals, who replied on October 28th. The counseling therapists, the College of Counseling Therapists replied on October 28th. The College of Massage Therapy replied on the 7th of October. The College of Occupational Therapists replied on the 5th of October. The College of Registered Nurses replied on the 4th and 7th of October. The College of Licensed Practical Nurses replied on the 7th of October. The College of Pharmacy on the 28th of October. I had a verbal approval from the College of Physicians and Surgeons during a telephone call. I never heard back from the College of Dietitians and the College of Physiotherapy. I heard back from their legal counsel on the 4th of October.
Mermaid Stratford.
That's great, thank you. Thank you, Chair. That is great. And all of them, I'm assuming, were favorable. You heard from them all and they were all favorable?
Yep.
Okay, that's
Mermaid
great.
Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. So when we talk about stakeholders, do you include any unions with those stakeholder discussions?
No. And the reason we don't, unions are advocacy groups. And when we do consultations on regulation of a profession, we talk about things like competency, currency, education, that type of stuff, titles, that type of stuff. We don't, as a rule, go out to advocacy groups. They're an entity that represents the profession in developing some kind of a working relationship. It has nothing to do with the regulation of the profession.
Okay.
And that's why we don't go out to them.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for that. So I guess the difference with the unions is they're engaged with the worker that's working on the front line, regardless of which discipline we're speaking of. They're dealing with concerns that they might have every day. And so do you foresee this change having impact to those? I understand you've gone out to the colleges and theoretically, this would work perfectly. But with the strains that we have with our healthcare frontline staff today, have you heard any concerns that this would increase any of their workload when they're already in a place where there's shortages in most areas, in a lot of areas? I won't say most, but.
No. And furthermore, I will tell you that some professions choose to regulate students of that profession. So when we're putting in this provision, this particular provision, it won't apply to a lot of professions, so it would be very isolated in application. So, for example, medical students are supervised. The pharmacy students are supervised. They're all given registration with supervision already built in. So there's not a lot of instances in which this would crop up, but it was felt and supported by the colleges, that this promotes collaboration and learning amongst the professions and learning experiences, and nobody has said, that makes no sense, it's going to create more work, more whatever. No. It's just not, that's not been the response at all.
Mermaid Stratford.
Okay, thanks, Chair. And so when you have students in whichever facility that they're doing their clinical work in, when somebody is being asked to supervise that would not typically be their supervisor, who might have been indicated as that person that would be traveling with them within the facility, and for instance, maybe they're called to another serious incident, and then they're asking for, would there be cases where they're asking somebody who was not originally scheduled to be the supervisor of the student? Or would that be something that the front line would understand, that person would be there and that they would be supervising them?
The various colleges, when they regulate students, have got provisions in there that the students will be supervised by a member of the profession, if not the preceptor, then somebody of equivalent registration status at all times. This provision will only apply when you've got students who are not given a registration as a student, and in the odd case, like in most cases, for example, a student nurse, in most instances, places where student nurses would be employed, there will be other nurses around, right? I mean, I can't speak operationally. This would be used very infrequently. But when it is used, it makes sense. I mean, you don't want to unduly restrict somebody and prevent them the way it's currently written by saying, you know, you student nurse or you student physiotherapy student, whatever, can only learn your trade when you've got another physiotherapist there. That makes no sense. There's a lot of other healthcare providers, as long as they're qualified to provide that activity, that can absolutely supervise them.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. And you mentioned operationally, you know, that is different from legislation and how it then gets operationalized within PEI. But I guess my question was around, will a registered nurse, for instance, know that they might be supervising a paramedic or, you know, whatever the different relationship out of the different colleges? Would that be something that you would foresee be scheduled prior to the healthcare provider that's going to be doing the supervision, taking over that supervision of the student? Because it is, it's a heavier load for somebody to be supervising a student than if they're just going amongst their day-to-day operations, right?
So again, I can't speak to operationalizing issues, but the colleges whose members would be doing the supervision did not seem to have a problem with it. It would be used, and I can't emphasize enough, in very limited circumstances. Absolutely very limited circumstances. And I would anticipate, although I can't speak with any authority, that if I'm working in a collaborative center, say the clinic in O'Leary, I would have, if I was a nurse there, I would know that there are students around, and I would anticipate that I would expect that I may be called upon to, it would just make sense that I may be called upon to supervise from time to time, maybe.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. But I would think, and this might be more to the minister, but I would think that when an amendment's going to be going forward that's going to be impacting frontline staff, that we consult the frontline. And can you tell me who we've consulted on the front line to implement this amendment?
I do know that the colleges consult with their members when we send out regulatory amendments. How broadly they go, I guess that would be a question better directed at the colleges. How far down the chain do you go? But I do know, for example, the College of Physicians and Surgeons consults with their members exhaustively and takes feedback, because we've just gone through that process with them. And then, so whatever feedback in that particular instance came back from the membership was incorporated into the regulations.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. And so is there assurances that that all of those colleges that you've spoken to, that you received feedback from, that they did in fact do that consultation on this?
I guess you'd have to speak to the colleges. I can't, I don't direct them how to undertake their end of the consultation process. That wouldn't be appropriate.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. I guess that's why I asked if we spoke to the unions, because they do advocate for the people that are members within the union. So that is why I asked if we consulted, because they also have a different type of communication with their members, right? And they hear from their members every day. So I have to stress that I do think that hearing from the frontline workers, that's important.
Colleges represent the frontline workers.
And so do the unions.
Colleges represent the
membership's
frontline
the same,
workers.
Okay. So what other provinces followed this approach?
I'm not aware of any other province that is as restrictive as us.
Mermaid Stratford?
Okay. So does that mean that
Well,
all
it
other
says I'm not
provinces allow
aware of
this?
any other college that is as restrictive in this approach as we are.
Mermaid Stratford?
Thanks, Chair. So, and was there a jurisdictional scan on that to inform that, that, I guess, that knowledge?
That's what I'm basing my answer on. I looked at the legislation in the other provinces and was not aware of any other jurisdiction that was as restrictive as we were.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford?
Thanks, Chair. So are you aware of any jurisdictions that do this specific amendment to allow them to work with what we're proposing here?
Well, they don't have to amend it because they're not as restrictive as we are.
Mermaid Stratford?
Okay. So are we leapfrogging them now, or are we somewhere in the middle of other jurisdictions?
I would say with this amendment, we're on par with the other jurisdictions.
Mermaid Stratford?
All right. So I guess my question, when you did your jurisdictional scan, did you get a sense that this is the process that works best in those other jurisdictions?
Well, you're asking me to speculate. You know, all I can tell you is we appeared to be out of sync with the other provinces. And so by making this change, it made us less restrictive and more in line.
Mermaid Stratford?
Thanks, Chair. So who did, so on this point, who did you speak with to, or what evidence did you receive that supported this? I know you're not aware of, you're saying that you're not aware. I'm just trying to pinpoint what's actually legislated in the other jurisdictions that you scanned to point you to, this is the specific and only change that we need to make this better.
When we realized how restrictive this was, we looked at the other jurisdictions to see if they were equally restrictive, and they weren't. So we felt that given the experience we'd had with the student nurses this summer, it was more appropriate to amend the legislation to remove that artificial bar and put us in line, more in line with the other provinces. There's nothing more going on here than that.
Honourable Member, I have several more on my list, so I will come back to you if you wish.
I just have one more and then I'll wrap up that section.
One more question, we'll come back to you, sure.
Yeah, so I guess my question is what evidence do we have to say that we don't have it right? And that other jurisdictions might not be doing it the way that would be, best case practice.
I'm not sure I'm not quite, can you rephrase the question, please?
I can. So what if we have it right? Having this restriction in place, what if we have it right? So what evidence did you, when you did your scan, did you come across that showed that what everybody else was doing was the right practice in place of what we're currently doing today?
Generally speaking, when you've got one that sticks out as a sore thumb, and then you take a look at, what the prevailing view is, and you reach out and you talk to some of your experts here, and they say to you, gee, that makes sense, yeah. That's what, in part, prompted us to move down this path.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Charlottetown, Brighton.
Thank you, Chair. Could you clarify, are these changes, are they initiated by the departments or the professions?
Both. They were initiated by both. Yep.
Charlottetown, Brighton?
Like simultaneous combustion sort of thing?
No. Okay, so there's really 3 changes here. 2 to 2 acts and 1 to 1 act only. So with respect to the issue in item 1 sub 2, that was identified by us as a result of the issue we had with the nursing students this summer. With respect to item 1.3, that was brought to us by legal counsel from the colleges, from one of the colleges, and also legal counsel at Stuart McKelvey. Okay, 1 sub 4 is a reg-making power, and then the item at section 2 was, that was an error I noticed. An oversight in Regulated Health Professions Act.
Charlotte Brighton.
Thank you, Chair. I've noticed in Ontario, Premier Ford, who is not my favorite politician in general, asked the professions, unfortunately not the medical ones, to clean up their act to let immigrants participate more in the economy. Have your department or the minister, for that matter, considering accessing the real medical personnel we have here to include them more in the economy?
That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, honourable member, please ask your questions that are pertaining to this bill.
Well, it pertains in the sense that you're talking about regulating the professions. The medical professions in particular. I'm asking a question relevant to that, but if you can't or won't answer it, I guess that's okay.
It's not that they can't answer it, it's not pertaining to this particular bill. So do you have a question pertaining to this bill?
No, thanks.
Okay. Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
Chair, and thank you, Nicola, for your information you've provided so far. I do want to just unpack something that you had mentioned about around consultation and the difference between the college and the unions, and I just wanted to unpack that for a minute. So the regulatory college, their primary responsibility is to the public. Would that be fair to say that they regulate the profession to serve the public interest? A very important job, but as far as I understand it, that is their primary role, not to represent workers, but to ensure that the profession is safe and working effectively in the interests of the public.
That's one of their mandates. If you look at section, bear with me for a second here. The objects of the college, of a college, are mapped out at subsection 4.2 of the Regulated Health Professions Act. So that clearly enunciates what the objects of the college is. So, they're following on, is to regulate the practice of the profession.
Right. Yeah.
Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
Yeah, definitely, and a very important and critical role, of course, that they play, and that they should absolutely be consulted in these types of changes. And it's good to hear that you're listening to recommendations coming from the college. I do want to highlight, however, that the role of unions here, that we could be doing such a better job of consulting with unions as the representatives for workers. So, calling them or suggesting they are simply an advocacy group, I think, is really minimizing what the reality is of the role of unions. So they are, elected bodies from a group of workers who they have been selected by those workers democratically to represent the workers. And, I just think we've gotten into so much trouble over the years, unfortunately, from not really respecting and understanding the value that early consultation with those unions brings, so that when you do bring in changes like this, you really could just honestly avoid, pitfalls that come from that. If we just do that early consultation, you can, it encourages buy-in at an early stage, and there may be issues that the college simply doesn't think of because their college is not thinking from the perspective of the workers. The college, that's not necessarily their primary role. The union's primary role is that. So can you just tell me why we haven't, why we continue to not consult with unions? What is the risk? What is the harm in consulting with unions? I see only benefit.
Yeah. So the way this act is this legislation is set up is to determine what the education and qualifications are. And I would say that unions probably are not the subject matter expert on that. The college would be. You know, and so then if you, well, that's how I would draw the distinction between the college and the union. And so when we're doing things that deal with the regulation of the profession, it really and truly is qualifications, education, continuing competency, that type of stuff. And that is within the expertise of a college.
Mermaid Stratford, or sorry, Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely within the expertise of the college, but I don't see why we have to say that they are the subject matter expert, period. Because unions also are subject matter experts in what is the lived experience of those training programs and the education process and supervision process and the outcomes of the education process as it is. So I'm just saying, we don't need to look at it as one subject matter expert. I really do honestly believe there is great benefit to opening up those consultations early. And, you know, I think that, was there an intervention over there? No?
You have the floor.
Okay. So it's disappointing to see this again and again. And I really strongly encourage, you know, in the future, just reach out to the unions. Like I've not given me any explanation of where the harm is in consulting with the workers in a meaningful way, and that is through their unions. So if you can describe the harm, that I would want, you know, tell me that, but otherwise I only see benefits. So I do hope moving forward, unions are part of any further changes that happen that would impact their work in any way. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Mermaid Stratford.
Okay, I'm going to go on to the corporations amendment. So that would be the deletion of no corporation and the substitution of except where otherwise provided in the regulations, no corporation. So can you share who advocated for this change?
Yes, I can. One of the regulatory colleges requested that corporations other than health profession corporations be allowed to provide the professional services of a member.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. So, Nicola, just for somebody who's listening out in the public that might not understand what you just said, can you give us an example of the difference between those two corporations?
Yeah, I can. So, a CCPC is a Canadian-controlled private corporation, and most of them, we often think of them as companies. So you set up a company to operate a business. You've got officers and directors, and you may acquire buildings, you may acquire equipment, and you offer whatever it is you're going to offer. A professional corporation is a creation of the Income Tax Act. It's limited to one or more members of the same profession. It provides only professional services, and there's tax advantages to a professional corporation, including capital gains exemptions, tax deferral, income splitting with qualifying family members. You often have family trusts involved, dividends involved. Kiddie tax flows into that picture. There's a whole lot of other considerations. Professional corporations are an expensive entity to establish and maintain, and not all health professionals will benefit from professional corporation.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. And so have we had many of these health corporations reach out and ask us for this change?
We've had legal counsel for the college reach out and ask for the change.
Mermaid Stratford.
Okay, thank you. Which college reached out and asked for the change?
Physiotherapy, the College of Physiotherapy.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford.
And do we have any that are currently operating I guess, in contravention of the Act as it currently stands?
Well, with all due respect, you'd have to do your homework the same as I did, go online and start searching. You know, I can only speculate whether or not, you know, XYZ Corporation is operating offside, you know.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. So if there is a corporation operating offside, what provisions within the legislation prevents them from doing that today?
well, the section we're trying to amend prevents them from doing that. If somebody is offering their professional services through a corporation other than a health profession corporation, they would be offside the legislation.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. And what's the penalty currently if you're operating offside the legislation?
Well, penalties for operating. Just bear with me, I'm looking.
Yeah, no problem.
A fine not exceeding $50,000 or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 6 months or both. And the individual would be to a fine not exceeding $50,000.
Mermaid Stratford.
That's pretty substantial.
It is.
And currently, we have somebody that's operating outside of the legislation.
That is my understanding.
Mermaid Stratford.
And so what steps have been taken in order to move into conversation with this company or corporation that's operating outside the legislation?
Like I said, that's my understanding. I don't know that it's a fact. And I would not be privy to any discussions at all.
Mermaid Stratford.
So when a college comes to you and asks for a change in legislation because somebody's in contravention of the act, offside of the act, do you not ask?
That was not what was asked of me.
Mermaid Stratford.
Okay, but do we have any corporations in the province that's operating outside of the legislation today?
I don't know the answer to that. The only person, I have no idea who is a professional corporation and who isn't a professional corporation.
Mermaid Stratford.
So my struggle is when we have something in a piece of legislation that has $50,000 as the fine if you're offside, or imprisonment if you're offside, how do we not have levers to figure out if somebody's working offside?
So this is what happened. We received contact from counsel for the College of Physiotherapy that said, there's a provision in here that's causing problems for our members. They want to offer physiotherapy services through an incorporated entity other than a health profession corporation. That was their only ask.
Mermaid Stratford.
Okay, and is this something that they can do in every other province in Canada?
Well, I did my research before I drafted the amendment, as I would. Yes. Interestingly enough, the BC Health Professions Act now provides, subject to this act, the regulations and the bylaws, no corporation other than a professional corporation, which is the wording we're seeking in this amendment. In the province of Alberta, they contemplate corporations and professional corporations, so it's not just limited to professional corporations. In Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario, there's no prohibition on. It doesn't have the same restrictive provision we have that says no profession other than a professional corporation. The other provinces, I couldn't find a prohibition like we have, so I started digging a little deeper to see whether or not, they allow it. And so, for example, in Newfoundland, I found a list of things corporations, other than health profession corporations, have to do in order to offer the services of a physiotherapist in Newfoundland. So, again, I could see where we were unduly restrictive, and at a time when health professionals are at a premium here, we're trying to attract them to the province. At the same time, there's a provision in the Act which makes it really difficult for them to set up their professional life the way their professional accounting and legal staff recommend that they do it, right? I mean, if I haven't got somebody in my family that would benefit from a professional corporation to do income splitting, to pass dividends down through children via a family trust, then why would I want to go to the time and expense of setting up a health profession corporation? I may just want to set up an opco and a holdco and run things that way. And I will tell you, in my prior life, before I came to this position, I ran a corporate commercial tax practice for 10 years. So I've incorporated probably 100 professional corporations and a lot more that weren't health profession corporations. So, I mean, I've done this stuff, I've lived it, I've worked with people. So, you know, it depends on the individual circumstances whether or not a professional corporation or an ordinary opco and a holdco are the best from a corporate law and accounting perspective, and no two are the same.
Mermaid Stratford.
And I appreciate you taking me through that, Nicole. That's very helpful. So, at this point in time, and I'm trying to establish, do we have somebody who's operating currently today in the province? Like, that would be something I would expect that the minister would know. If we have somebody that's operating in the province, I was just asked, how would I know? If it's legislated that we fine people or that we incarcerate people, then I would expect that there must be some sort of reporting structure that would notify us if somebody is offside.
With all due respect, when somebody contravenes, let's just say, for example, a provision of the Income Tax Act, I suspect there's not a report that would go through to the Minister of Justice or the Minister of Finance. You know, like, that's not the way it works. So the minister is responsible for setting up the act and for making sure that the act is operational and stuff. But then the onus isn't on the minister, right? If somebody is aware that somebody is operating offside, then it's up to the respective colleges to approach the Crown Attorney's office and request that charges be laid. It has nothing to do with the minister.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford.
That's fair, and with all due respect, I've spent the last 2 years trying to figure out how to, stop contravention of the Lands Protection Act from happening, and it's not easy.
It's not simple. No, it's not.
And it's challenging to people who are working within the legislation and that are following the rules. And the reason why I'm asking if there's somebody that's operating currently outside of the rules, why are we changing the rules to fit them and expecting that everybody else follows the rules?
Well, I guess, one of the things that's been said to us is we have, people, health professionals interested in coming here, and if they're, for example, I'm a rule follower. I follow the speed limit. So if we've got people who say, well, look at that barrier you've got there, I'm not prepared to bring my physiotherapy practice to PEI and set up, because I don't want a health profession corporation, I just want an ordinary corporation. That could be a barrier to having these individuals come here. And it was suggested in this particular instance that was a barrier. Now, whether people have chosen to set up and operate, I mean, what I did was I went on the corporation's registry and started putting in keywords to see, just out of curiosity. And that's why I say you can do the same thing as I can and draw your own conclusions. But we certainly don't get a report. All we can do is do our best to put things out there, and then there's processes that have to be followed to ensure that it's enforced.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. People who know me as well know that I have on several occasions gone to the corporate registry and typed in keywords and have tried to drill down into finding who is not following the same rules that everybody else is following. So my challenge here is, as I understand, a college has come forward, and my concern would be, are we changing rules to amend this legislation for somebody who's not been following the legislation and working outside of the piece of legislation and contravening it, so that we don't have to apply a fine to them now? Or,
not to my knowledge.
Okay, or do we have people who have requested to come and set up work here in Prince Edward Island, and this is a barrier for them to come?
Absolutely. That has been identified as a barrier.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. And would this be a large organization? Like,
I don't know.
I'm just kind of asking, because I'm truthfully curious as to what type of business would be operating in this style, I guess.
Yeah.
Would it be chains of, of health practitioners? Or is it like one-ofs and it's a family that's coming in?
We have no way of knowing that. Because typically that kind of information is not shared by the college with the ministry. You've got to remember that these colleges are self-supporting, self-sustaining corporate entities. And they don't share that kind of information with government. They never have. I mean, I've been in this position over a decade, and I've never been privy to any of that kind of information. I just don't know.
Mermaid Stratford?
I just don't know who is, who's behind it, who's making the request. All I've been told is by legal counsel that they have requested these changes be made to accommodate people who want to come here and establish a practice for Islanders.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. And I understand that, and I can appreciate that. And also, when we look at we're changing the rules to allow others to come in, how then does that impact people that are already here, who have operated in a certain way?
I can answer that. So there may be some people that are operating as a sole proprietor because they don't want a health profession corporation because it may not benefit them. But now if you allow them to set up a regular corporation, they may, leave income sitting in the company at the lowest corporate tax rate. There may be tax advantages to them just setting up a regular corporation instead of being fully taxed at the highest rate in their own hands.
Mermaid Stratford.
All right. I think I'm good in that area, and I'm not sure, do you have anybody else on the list?
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Under the multidisciplinary college piece.
Yep. So this was an oversight on my part, okay? So what we've got is, in registered health professions, I've got a section there that says, look, if there's an investigation, so registered health, remember, are these really small professions. And so we say, if there's going to be an investigation committee, let's just, for argument's sake, it's, I've got to be careful here. I'm just going to try and think of a profession here. Well, we've had acupuncturists apply for regulation. So let's just say an acupuncturist is under investigation. So there's an investigation committee set up. What the Act says is, look, you appoint an investigation committee, but you make sure there's an acupuncturist sitting in on that committee. The same with the hearing committee. You make sure that there's an acupuncturist sitting in on that hearing committee. I just happened to be flipping through regulated health one day, and I looked at the provision, so that's where the colleges are regulating professions. On the investigation committee in a multidisciplinary college, there is a member of that member's health profession. So let's just take, for example, College of Pharmacists, or pharmacy. We've got pharmacists and pharmacy techs. So it's a pharmacy, if it's a pharmacy tech that's being investigated, there is a requirement that a pharmacy tech be on that committee. I completely missed the ball on the hearing committee requiring a member of that profession to be on that committee. And that is why this amendment is here, because we now have 3 well, we've got 2.5 multidisciplinary colleges, probably more to come. And it wouldn't be fair to that individual, although they've got representation on the investigation committee, not on the hearing committee. And that is what that amendment is intended to fix. My mistake.
No,
Mermaid Stratford.
I appreciate that, and that's fair, and I don't have any further questions on that.
Thank you.
Shall this bill carry?
Carry.
Health Professions Amendment Act. Shall it carry?
I move the enacting clause.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor in the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island as follows. Shall it carry?
Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to without amendment.
Shall it carry? Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, having under consideration the bill to be entitled Health Professions Amendment Act, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the said bill and has agreed the same without amendment. I move the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move seconded by the Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action that the 26th order of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Order 26, an act to amend the Prince Edward Island Land Protection Act, number 2, bill number 42, ordered for second reading.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move seconded by the Minister of Energy, Environment and Climate Action that the said bill be read a second time.
Shall it carry?
Carried. Bill number 42, an act to amend the Prince Edward Island Land Protections Act, number 2, read a second time.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move seconded by the Minister of Energy, Environment and Climate Action that this House do now resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Member from Indigenous Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker, the Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, please.
The House is now in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Prince Edward Island Lands Protection Act number 2. Request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted?
Granted.
I have some opening remarks.
Your statement. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and position for Hansard?
Andrea Triolo, Senior Legislative and Applied Research Analyst, Department of Agriculture and Land.
Thank you very much and welcome. Promoter, would you like to begin by giving a brief statement on the bill's intent?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
These amendments are being introduced to address recommendations by the Lands Matter Advisory Committee and will strengthen investigative and enforcement powers under the Act. Mr. Chair, I would like to take time to thank the members of the Land Matters Advisory Committee. 1 year ago, extremely qualified group of selected through Engage PEI. I want to thank each one of them on hands, just so it would be on hands, Mr. Chair. Co-Chair Lori Robinson, Co-Chair Jim Bradley, Billy Cameron, Hans Connor, Rodney Dingwell, Danielle Gillen, Philip Hamming, Wendell LeBeau, Teresa Mellish, Ashton Perry, Wendy Reed, Marshall Smallman, and Donna Waddell. Chair, this group heard over 20 presentations from 22 different communities and industry groups on PEI, as well as reviewed countless submissions by individual members of the public. On behalf of the department and our province, I want to thank each member. As I identify the amendments, I would not have been possible without them, and I look forward to bringing forward the first piece of beneficial change from their reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're welcome. Is it the pleasure of the committee that the bill be now read clause by clause, section by section, or open it up as a whole for general questions? General questions. Okay. I am now populating the list. Leader of the third party.
Okay, thanks. Why was 9 years chosen as the time frame to divest the land? Where did that come up? What reasoning?
Yes, so the 9-year for 100% of divestiture was taken from amendments that were made in 1998 to the Act when similar provisions came in that would unintentionally have put people offside. So you give them 5 years to divest 50%, 7 to divest 80, and 9 to divest 100. And the reason we do that is, number one, individuals and corporations need time to divest the land, and you don't want to force them to divest land in unfavorable market conditions. So you give them enough time to do it.
Leader of the third.
And to be clear, this is land holdings that are affected by these changes we're making today, not going forward. This is anyone that will be offside after this gets passed.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
This legislation incorporated 8 of the 13 recommendations. What happened to the other 5? Why weren't they, or what were they, and why weren't they incorporated?
The other 5, we're working on them. They're going to take a little time. We have 3 stages. The other 5 will be over the next short period of time.
Leader of the third party.
So it's felt that this time those 5.
These were the. These 8 were the ones that we couldn't make changes quickly. Andrew, is there anything?
Yeah, so there's 3 recommendations being implemented now. There will be one in the Planning Act. The other 4 are not necessarily legislative changes. They're more policy decisions and changes that the department will be making.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. That's good for now. Thank you.
Leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I too want to start off by thanking the members of the Land Matters Committee. Laurie and Jim have done a fantastic job in steering this through, and an enormous amount of work. I mean, I did chat and was told the number of meetings they had, and it kind of blew my mind how many meetings they'd had and how much time they clearly had spent in consultation with Islanders and also in producing what I think is a really magnificent report. So I want to thank the co-chairs, Laurie Robinson and Jim Bradley, but there are also 2 members of the committee from my own district. Billy Cameron and Philip Hamming are both from District 17, and I've been in contact with both of them throughout this process, thanked them personally, and they have each said how meaningful this was for them and what a good process it was. So I want to start off by doing that. I also want to, the Minister and myself were having a little chat before you came in here, Andrea, and we both said simultaneously it's been a long time coming. And indeed it has, or many Islanders have been waiting for amendments to the Lands Protection Act for many years. And hopefully in questions today, and Leader of the Third Party's already touched on a couple of the clauses in the amendments here that I will get to later, but I'm really hoping that through this series of questions and the discussion we have on the floor here in Committee of the Whole, that the concerns of islanders that have been brought to myself and many other members of this House over a lot of years can get some clear answers. So I appreciate you being here today, and I'm looking forward to a very thorough discussion on this bill. So I guess the first, and you mentioned this, Andrea, in one of your answers to the Leader of the Third Party, that of the 13 recommendations that came from the Land Matters Act, 5 of them related to the LPA, 6 related to the Planning Act, and then there were 2 sort of additional recommendations. I guess one was for substantial involvement, and that the Mi'kmaq community here play a substantial role in any discussions around land use, and I'm very glad to see that. And the second thing was, the second of the supplementary ones, if I can put it that way, was expansion and enhancement of the ALICE program and the soil enhancement program, both things that we actually talked about today. So the Lands Protection Act, which is the bill before us right now, there were 5 recommendations from the advisory committee. It strikes me that perhaps 3 of them are being either entirely or partially dealt with the amendments here. But could you just give us a better, if you could relate the amendments that are before us in this bill to the recommendations of the Land Matters Committee and how those 5 LPA recommendations fit into the bill before us?
Yes, so if I can start with what's specifically in the bill right now, we're talking about recommendation 3, which was to revise definitions of control, share, and hold, which you can see in the bill. We're talking about recommendation 4, which is to strengthen the definition of principal residence to establish clear criteria. And we're talking about recommendation 5, which was to revise and expand IRAC's authority to conduct investigations in random audits. So those are the 3 that are in the Act right now.
Right.
There are 2 others, as I say, that we're working through and maybe address more in policy.
Leader of the Opposition.
So just on that, I mean, the first one is one consider it a housekeeping change, really a change in the naming of the bill. Is that something that you considered in all of your discussions? I know it was brought forward to the Land Matters Committee by at least one organization, just whether you felt that was an unnecessary sort of semantic change or whether that's something that's still being considered.
It's something that's still being considered. The legal aspect of it, it's just not as simple as changing the name, but it wasn't top priority for us, but because of the familiarity to the Lands Protection Act, we're comfortable with that right now, but not to say we're still open to the name change. Yeah.
Okay.
Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, and I have the report in front of me. I couldn't find the right page to reference this, but if I remember right, the concerns were that the name of the Act doesn't necessarily reflect what the Act does or what it's about. I appreciate that of the 5 recommendations on the LPA coming out of the Land Matters Advisory Committee report, that the 3 that I consider to be of most import are the ones that are included in these amendments. So I want to say that right off the top. The second one, that renaming of the Act is not, in my estimation, a priority here. But the land holding limits, which is the second one, they made a recommendation there to keep the land holding limits the same and that we review that every 5 years. And can I just ask you whether the missing recommendations here, whether you're planning on coming forward with that at a later date?
Yeah, the number 2 recommendation is something that we will be definitely coming with in the future.
Leader of the Opposition.
It gives us to 2026, so we will.
Right.
Yeah.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So are there any changes to the LPA outside of the advisory committee's recommendations that you plan on bringing forward in future amendments to the bill?
Changes in the future?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to...
Just outside the recommendations of the Land Matters Advisory Committee.
None that are being contemplated at this time. As we continue the Land Matters project process as a whole, there may be identified small amendments here and there we'll have to do for housekeeping, but there are no major amendments right now being contemplated.
Leader of the Opposition.
So the substantive changes to the LPA in order to achieve the goals that we want are contained in this singular bill?
To address the Land Matters Advisory Committee recommendations and to strengthen the Act, yes.
Okay.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. So can you explain what the outcomes are that we're hoping to achieve with these legislative changes?
As I say, we are directly addressing the recommendations from the Land Matters Advisory Committee. That was a priority. We're also looking at addressing IRAC investigations and in strengthening the Act. And some of the ways that we're doing this is clarifying what constitutes control, bringing really clear investigative powers for IRAC into the Act, and a new oversight of transactions involving material changes when a corporation's shareholders change. So we're trying our best to strengthen the Act by giving some more oversight and giving IRAC some more investigative powers.
Okay. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. So you mentioned IRAC there and the transparency and administration of the Lands Protection Act. If I could just read a little bit from the Land Matters Advisory Committee here, so just a short paragraph. The committee heard that greater transparency is needed in the administration of the Lands Protection Act. It is noted that accurate, up-to-date information regarding land ownership is not always easily accessible to the public. And actually, Mermaid Stratford made reference to that in the previous bill that was on the floor. It is also noted that while the Island Regulatory Appeals Commission, IRAC, is responsible for administration of the Act, decisions with respect to application approval are ultimately made by Executive Council. Greater transparency would promote accountability and public confidence in the administration of the Lands Protection Act. Now, I note that there was no recommendation, formal recommendation in the final report related to that, but that's a pretty strong statement there. But I don't see any provisions in the Act before us to create that greater transparency. Can you explain why that was left out?
Again, the amendments are focusing on the Land Matters recommendations. As you say, it was not a recommendation. We're dealing with those recommendations and lessons that were learned from an IRAC investigation. As we continue forward with the Land Matters process, as I say, if more amendments are identified as being necessary, we can look at it at that time. In terms of transparency, we'd need more research to know what specifically should go into the Act that would address that in a way that would, I guess, address what the committee has made a statement on. But more research would be needed definitely to do that.
Okay.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. So you used the word necessary there in terms of some of the changes, Andrea. And so are you considering the recommendations that were made by this committee as necessary changes and any other prospective changes, whether they come from the public or from an MLA sitting on this floor, for example, regarding increased transparency through IRAC, that those are at a different level?
Maybe it was a poor choice of words, and I apologize for saying necessary. I think the focus of this bill was to focus on addressing the Land Matters recommendations. And then, as I say, as we go through the Land Matters process as a whole, we begin monitoring if the amendments are doing what we want them to do. If more amendments are identified, we will certainly look at them at that time. If there are other amendments that are needed, we'll need more research to figure out how to put them in the Act and where they fit best.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. And I apologize if I came across as aggressive there, Andrea. That was not my intention. I guess what I'm trying to say is, and I asked a couple of minutes ago whether there were any thoughts of having amendments in the future above and beyond the recommendations from this committee, and I got back a no. So, when I read the report carefully, you can see that clearly they have other things that they would like to see done, even though they didn't make it to a formal recommendation. So that will be something that comes from within the department, or again, somebody else could come forward with a proposed amendment if they feel that the amendments before us today don't actually accomplish the goals that we're all looking for.
Well, it's something where, of course, it's always going to be evolving, the LPA. I don't think we've seen, it's a 30-year-old bill, so this modernization, we're addressing the immediate concerns of the recommendations from the committee, and I think everything's still open for debate down the road.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks. So, Minister, you were on Compass and did an interview related to this bill on Wednesday, and you stated that the bill is in direct response to the IRAC report on the Brendel Farms land sale. So what are the issues in that report that these changes aim to address?
Well, these changes through that report, in which the committee had seen the report and had a presentation on the report, and but the change that we have made to address that, maybe Andrea wants to talk about.
The shareholders.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's been an amendment, and sorry, let me just pull up the section here. We're making an amendment to Section 5 of the Act, and that amendment will, now require a corporation to receive an amended permission where the corporation is proposing to make a material change to its shareholders, and that change would result in a resident person having an aggregate land limit that would exceed 400 acres. Currently, there is no oversight of resident person share acquisitions and transactions, so that was a direct response.
Okay. Leader of the Opposition.
Are there any other parts of this bill, the amendments before us, that deal directly with the Brendel farm sale report?
I think that the recommendations from the Land Matters Advisory Committee with respect to defining control certainly address that, as well as we've incorporated Section 9.1 from Bill 35 with some changes that better clarify what is direct and indirect control of a corporation.
Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, and I have questions on all of the things you've just mentioned there later, Andrea, but I'm just trying to get a general picture here and some context for what's going to come later. So are there any issues in the Brendel report that are not addressed with the bill before us?
No.
Leader of the Opposition.
Okay. So who raised the issues? And of course, most people have not seen the Brendel report. There's only a very, very select group of people who've been able to see that. So I guess I'm going to ask you, Minister, what the report, you were cleared by the Privacy Commissioner, the Information and Privacy Commissioner, to release the report through the FOIP process, and that hasn't happened. So can you give us an update on why the report hasn't been released and when you expect the report will be released?
Well, she did clear that, but then a third party requested a review by the Privacy Commissioner, and so we can't not release that until she is currently reviewing that. Am I right in saying that?
Yes.
Yeah. So a third party asked for another review from the Privacy Commissioner. So that's where our hands are tied now, unfortunately.
Leader of the Opposition.
All right, so just so I'm clear on this, because so many people have asked, why can we not see this report? Even MLAs in this House have not had access to this report. So just to go through the process here, so it's clear and on the record, and Islanders out there who are wondering why this report still isn't available to them. So the report was given to you, Minister. You went to the Information and Privacy Commissioner for a ruling on whether or not you could release this report, and she said yes. And then a third party said, wait a minute, we don't want that to happen. So it went back to the Information and Privacy Commissioner for a second assessment. Is that correct?
So I'll read what Bobby Joe Dow Baker sent me yesterday, or actually today. This is Bobby Joe Dow Baker from the FOIP department. She's director there. On January 5th, 2021, the Information and Privacy Commissioner recommended that the department proactively disclose the report to the department, process the requests made under the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, asking for the access to the report. We subsequently began processing the request for the report. Then a third party requested a review by the Information and Privacy Commissioner pursuant to the provisions of the FOIP Act. The Commissioner's review is still going until such a time that the review is complete, and provided no further review related to the request for the report has been initiated, the Department is unable to release the report.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. So typically in the FOIP process, there are very defined timeframes by which various milestones along the way to actually getting the information you request are there, and sometimes very simple, 30 days, here you go. In other situations, requests from third parties, as in this case, can delay the process, but not indefinitely. So do we have a sense of when this decision, firstly, is there a prescribed time by which the Information and Privacy Commissioner has to come back with a definitive decision on this?
I'll have to find that out. She's an independent office, so I'll have to, if I can reach out to her, I'm not sure if that's something I get, or if you want to.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know. Okay. We'd have to go back and get that information.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. Do you have any sense of who the third party who made this request is?
Probably the people, somebody in the Brendel report, I assume.
Leader of the Opposition.
Okay. So when you were developing the legislation, Bill 42 here, clearly you referenced the Land Matters Advisory Committee, and I appreciate that. Who else did you consult with when you were bringing forward these amendments?
We looked at what had been done in Bill 35 first to see if there was anything we could use from Bill 35. There were some things that were directly addressed in the recommendations that we could pull from Bill 35. We worked with the Department of Justice just to make sure that our amendments had the intended effect. And then we have people within our own department who are familiar with land legislation, and so we worked with them to develop these recommendations.
Okay. Leader of the Opposition.
So obviously the Land Matters Advisory Committee did their own consultation, very extensive consultations. So did you do any consultation at all beyond taking the information and the recommendations you got from that committee, other than internally? Sorry,
yeah. So once we developed the bill, we reached out to external parties like the Federation of PEI Municipalities, the Law Society, and IRAC, and we did post it online for public feedback.
Member, just in all fairness, I'm going to maybe, if you want one or two more questions, and then I'll put you back on the list. I do have others.
For sure. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So I'll make this my last question before you pass it off. So did anybody in government at any time speak to representatives of the Irvings or their companies about this legislation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
Do you want me to put you back on the list?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Yeah. O'Leary and Verness.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I guess first thing, I too want to thank this committee, and I want to thank the Minister for appointing a pretty good committee. They were a really good group of representatives from across the island, representing industry, representing agriculture, and Indigenous communities and things of that nature. I did want to single out one individual. It was from my district, Marshall Smallman, who was on the committee. And I know for Marshall, it was quite a task. Marshall is a young farmer, and I think it's really important that we're trying to put together legislation that allows young farmers to not only have opportunities in entering the industry, but I really appreciate the challenges that they're faced with as a committee in trying to restrict land ownership, in other words, who can own land and how much they can own land, but yet not impacting the value of land. Because existing farmers rely on the value of land for their equity, and that's many farmers, and myself included, I'm sure you, Minister, have in the past. You're borrowing a lot of money against that, but yet you want to also try to allow younger farmers the opportunity to enter the industry. So that's a big challenge, is what I sort of see with it all, and I too sort of raised my question, scratched my head a little bit on the 9 years, but when you put it into that perspective, that makes sense, because once again, if you start to sell a lot of land quickly, then that's going to flood the market, which will affect the value of other farmland, and vice versa if you restrict it too much. So I sort of got a better sense of that with this presentation, and that was the one part that sort of caught me. The only other thing that I sort of scratched my head a little bit about, and it'd be interesting to maybe get the minister's view on this, and it comes back to the issue of the land bank, and then we're also talking about the Indigenous input into how some land transactions and land legislation will move forward. I've always sort of had that same opinion that was going to be a real challenge to implement a land bank in Prince Edward Island regarding that particular issue. So you have to have some mechanism or way that the land doesn't wind up in government hands. So, because then you get into the duty to consult issue to try to get that back to the farmer, which we don't want our new farmers and young farmers being only so-called tenants of the land, but to actually be owners of the land. So maybe the minister could explain what challenges he might see coming forward to the possible implementation of a land bank as pertaining to the legislation that we're amending here.
Well,
is that a fair question?
It's not an easy question. A lot of your points that you brought forward are the issues that we're seeing with the land bank, but we are moving forward with different versions of a land bank, and whether it's ends up being called a land bank, I don't know, but definitely, as you said, we don't want young farmers just to be never own land. That's not the intention of a land bank, and but we also need to know that the value of the land is increasingly, and they need an opportunity to start somewhere. So I think it's too early to comment on some of the initiatives we had, and the report, although the report didn't bring a land bank to recommendation, because they heard mixed reviews on it as well, and there were some pretty big components, industry groups that were opposed to a land bank, so they didn't feel it should be one of their recommendations at this time. So it's something that we're still looking at, and I think you'll see different versions. I don't think there's one box that fits everything for a land bank. I think it's many different structures.
O'Leary and Verness?
During my time as minister, I too kind of was, I'll say, fascinated about the concept of a land bank, and went through some of the same advice and said, well, this really would be difficult to do and deal with regarding some of the Indigenous issues that you'd be facing with. But so what we came out with at the time was the land financing program, which I think it sort of resolves a lot of that, allows the actual transactions from the one farmer to another, one landholder to another. But one of the things that I've seen has happened with the land financing act, your interest rates are 4%. Most farmers would probably get that at a regular financial institution. So to me, it's a solution to solve a lot of your problems, doesn't have an overall impact on people restricting the value of land, and it allows equity in the operation and things like that. So is that something that maybe could be looked at a more reasonable interest rate to farmers or people who want to get into farming to solve that problem?
Yeah. And I agree with you. The Department of Agriculture doesn't own land.
I know,
so
it's not your program. No, I know that.
I'm kind of speaking out of my department here, but I agree with you. And I agree with you, and I think it should be tied to the Future Farmers Program, where I think that's the biggest opportunity for land ownership. And you know, I think it's a financial loan or something like that with a low interest rate would be probably the best method.
O'Leary and Verness?
Yeah, well, thanks for that. And I think that's where I would really, and I like your concept of saying that maybe it's even a better interest rate for new and emerging farmers for limited amounts of acreage. And that allows them a quicker opportunity to improve the equity in their operation fairly quickly. And so a lot of my questions had already been asked here, but I just want to make that little point of note. And I certainly commend you, Minister, because I do think you appointed a good board, and I appreciated the consultation on that. And I really was impressed with young Marshall Smallman and his input into that board. And I think that was good to include somebody that was a younger, up-and-coming farmer, because it's them that's going to be impacted and where agriculture goes in the future. So thanks, Chair. That's all I have to ask.
Member Stratford.
And I would also like to add my appreciation to the Land Matters Advisory Committee. I recognize that every single one of them on that board, on that committee, had full-time jobs, families, other commitments, and the level of thoroughness that they went through on this needs to be commended. And I think that I would agree you chose the right people. And I am really, really happy with the outcome. And I have said in this House several times that I do think that you set a bar for the process of how a project like that should be operated and run, because the level of transparency to Islanders as we were going through that, you could read the presentations that they received, you could see who they were meeting with, when they were meeting, where they were meeting, and that level of thoroughness doesn't come without leadership on that. And so I just would like to say thank you for appointing, Jim and Lori. We know that they are phenomenal leaders, and the whole committee had the same objectives, and that's just to make this piece of legislation better for all that use the land going forward. So I'm thrilled that we're here now, and I'm thrilled that we're seeing progress. So thank you for that. So where to start, right? How many days do you have? No. All right. So a large part of this bill is a revision from Bill 35, right? And Bill 35, we saw that in 2019. We passed it, it went through royal assent, and then we never proclaimed that piece of legislation. Can you share with me what the differences between this bill is compared to what was in Bill 35, and I guess what was out from Bill 35 that you didn't proceed with?
Okay. I'll let Andrea take this.
Yes,
expert on this.
Yes, so from Bill 35, we incorporated the definitions of corporation, hold, and share. We made the addition to the legal or beneficial right in the definition of landholding. We did take a lot of what was proposed, Section 9.1. We made some modifications to it. We added the addition of the particulars that are to be shared at Section 11, subsection 1, and we made those amendments to the regulation making powers at Section 17.1. What has not been included was there was a section on fine amounts that has not been included in this new bill.
Member Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. And so just a little history on that Bill 35 in 2019. So when we met with the department to discuss that in the first place, a portion of that, I believe, came from the changes that were being made in the Business Corporations Act and keeping in tandem with the Corporations Act federally so that we were using similar definitions. So are we now changing, and do we have any type of conflict between the Business Corporations Act and the Lands Protection Act when it comes to these definitions?
So there's no changes to the definitions. I think maybe what people are referring to is we've sort of changed the wording in Section 9.1. So we're no longer referring to a 25% significant control that we had in the Business Corporations Act. And that's what is also mirrored in the Federal Business Corporations Act. And the reason for that change is that language was not ever designed to monitor land holdings. The 25% interest is a threshold that's been adopted internationally for anti-money laundering. So PEI's Business Corporations Act actually uses a 50% threshold with respect to control of a corporation, and that's been incorporated into this bill.
Member Stratford.
Okay. Thank you for that. So when I asked about Bill 35, I guess it was probably through QP, I don't know, several times I've asked, excuse me. When I asked about Bill 35 and why it hadn't been proclaimed yet, there was discussion around it would put, I think your words, farmers offside or something like that. Can you walk us through, do you have any numbers on that as to how many it would have been put offside, or what the severity of that looked like?
I don't have any numbers on that right now. I could bring those back if we had them. I don't know if we do. The biggest issue, from my understanding, were there were some farmers that were upset about that 25% threshold because the regular control of a corporation is 50%. So that was the change that I believe was identified as being an issue.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. Right, and when you take, when you're deciding on how much land does somebody own from an IRAC perspective, they're taking, let's say, 100 acres, and you have 4 people that are members of a corporation, and then that land would be divided by those, like that percentage of what the company that they own. Is that still is that still how they're defining how many acres somebody owns? So if you have a corporation of 4 people, 100 acres, I own 30% of it, so therefore I own 30 acres, and you have 5 acres of it, and somebody has the remaining share?
Yes, and let me just double check something here. Give me my apologies. Yes, so that would still be how an aggregate landholding is calculated. What we are specifically talking about with the 25 versus 50% is control of a corporation for the purpose of who is deemed as a single corporation. So 50% is now the threshold for that.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford.
And before that, it was 25% in the bill, in the legislation?
In the Bill 35, yes.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. And so what consultation did you do, and who did you do it with to change that from the original 25 that you thought was the accurate number and move it to 50%?
We worked with the Department of Justice. We looked at how control of a corporation is defined in the PEI Business Corporations Act, and we identified that the 50% is a more appropriate number for deeming control of a corporation under Section 9.1.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Sharon. I might be getting into the weeds, but how did you deem that, though?
That is, sorry, can you repeat that for 1 second?
Right. So at one point in time, it was deemed that 25 was the right number, and now it's been shifted to 50%. So I'm just curious as to, I know you worked with Justice, but was there other, I know it's hard to compare this because no other jurisdictions have legislation like this, right? Yes. So I know we are setting our own course. So was there consultation with IRAC, or was there any other, like I often look at IRAC, they are the most knowledgeable about this because they go through it every day. But I also recognize because of how they are set up that we don't often use them as, stakeholders whenever we're doing consultation on legislation. So I'm just kind of wondering, how did you, so I heard the minister say they did on this, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
IRAC was consulted just last week on this.
Yes, and just to be clear, IRAC has always used the 50% threshold when deeming control of a corporation. So we've essentially put it to what it should be rather than what it was in Bill 35, on the 2019 bill. My apologies.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thanks, Chair. So I guess that's and Andrea, sorry, I tend to ask a lot of questions, so please bear with me. But that's what I'm wondering. How did we determine that that's what it should be? IRAC used that before. We know we have a situation where probably wasn't working, like it didn't work, or we didn't define it, or anyway, somehow they went around the contravention of the act, I'm assuming they did. And so how did you define between 25 and the 50%? Am I making myself clear? I guess, how did we say that that's the right number?
Yeah, so there's two separate issues, I think, hopefully that I can clarify.
That'd be
So
great, thanks.
firstly, 9.1 in Bill 35 from the 2019 bill was a completely new section, and its purpose was to clearly define what does indirect control mean. That was a definition that was never fully addressed in the Act, so it was really open to interpretation, and it was open to maybe some incorrect interpretations. So section 9.1 was put into the bill specifically for that. Now, why the 25% was used at that time, I don't think it was intentional. I think the Bill 35 just referred to a particular section of the Business Corporations Act. In reality, when you're talking about control of a corporation, an above 50% threshold has always been widely accepted across Canadian case law, across Canadian securities legislation, as what control is for a corporation. And as I say, even in PEI's Business Corporations Act, under a different section, we're talking about 50% control of a corporation when we're talking about who controls a corporation.
Mermaid Stratford.
Clear as mud, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that, okay. Excuse me. The definition of principal residence. So this has been changed.
Yes.
By adding the reference to the federal income tax. So can you share with me, what does that change? Why does that enhance this definition?
Yes, so again, this is a recommendation from the Land Matters Advisory Committee. And the purpose really was to clarify the phrase as it relates to a resident person. So it will explicitly, the intention is that it will only include people who really live permanently in Prince Edward Island. We looked at the Income Tax Act for guidance. In particular, we're referring to where an individual would pay the provincial portion of their tax, because that would signify where their primary residence is at the end of each tax year.
Mermaid Stratford.
And I would agree with that change, because I think that's important to define, especially when it has such a large bearing on how we are administering this act, right, and how we're working through that. So, what land transactions will not be covered by this, the section, there's a new section, 5.2?
Yes.
So what land transactions will not be covered under this section? I'd love your book. I'm joking.
It's pretty organized.
No.
So when we're talking about the new 5.2, what we are referring to, or what we're trying to capture, I should say, is we're trying to have some monitoring for resident person share acquisitions. So if a resident person would acquire shares in a corporation such that it would result in a material change to that corporation, and that resident person would then have an excess of 400 acres in their own name, there will now be a requirement that that corporation has to file an amended permission to get some oversight on that transaction. So it would capture share acquisitions for resident persons over 400 acres.
The hour has been called.
Good job, Amy. Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report progress and beg to sit again. Leave and sit again.
Shall it carry? Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, having under consideration the bill to be intituled an act to amend Prince Edward Island Lands Protection Act number 2, I beg leave to report that the committee has made some progress and begs leave to sit again. I move the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall carry. The Honourable Member from Morel, Donna, and the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, does anybody want to come back next week, or? Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member from Montague-Kilmuir, that this House adjourn until November 16th at 1 o'clock in the p.m.
Shall it carry?